YouTube. We're gonna play 999 shortly. First, I'm chatting. I'm also setting the groundwork for getting the YouTube API tokens. So I'm gonna have 3 sets of API tokens. I have the 2 Twitch ones, and then I may need 2 YouTube ones. Which is gonna be ridiculous. I'm getting more mortgage things all the time saying I can reduce my rate by 0.5%. It'll only cost you like $25,000. I was like, this feels like a scam. Why is it costing $25,000 to refi a mortgage? I feel that is unreasonable. I did it once to drop it by 2%. And it cost me like $20,000. But for 2% it was worth it, not for 0.5%. You're making a token effort? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how I can do it where I think probably what I need is I just need to strip the authentication completely out of the main bot, right? At least the initial getting the tokens. And then the things that refresh the token would be running in the bot because you have to keep on refreshing them. But the initial thing to get the tokens is something I should probably just split out into like 4 different files. One for each file type. So I was like, okay, here is the broadcaster. Here's how you get the broadcaster stuff. And then here's how you get the bot stuff. And then, yeah. Yeah, the auth refresh is fine. The auth refresh has to be in the bot. I have it pull manually every 10 minutes, yeah. But I'm talking about getting the initial access token. Like, say I add a feature to the bot that needs new new stuff. Hi, HW. Yeah. So I'm going to split out no. How is that a partnered account? I'm guessing someone got hacked. That's very silly. Yeah, that's a compromised account. I'm gonna make you a offer you can't refuse. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so I'll have one file that runs get the app access token or get the access token for situation A. Save it to the auth data folder, a file. Then B, do the same thing with the bot. And then C, do the same thing with YouTube 1. And then D, do the same thing with YouTube 2. And then I'll have all of the access tokens. And then the main bot will use those access tokens and then refresh them. But if you have a event sub based way of knowing when your access token is done and needs a refresh, that'd be heckin' awesome. And it's on my list to clean up, is like make sure that Again, the 10-minute is a stopgap solution because I do have to have the bot working because it is my chat bot. So my stream loses chats and all the functions of the chat bot if it's not running. So I mean, that was my stopgap to get it running when I changed stuff around to try and solve problems. Yeah. Hopefully they get their account back. Looks like they changed the name of the account too. Unless I'd be very surprised if that was the name that they actually chose. But yeah, once I get the stuff working, I'll be able to hopefully fix everything else that's wrong with my bot. Because like the auth 99% of my problems have been auth related. Where either it loses auth or it loses an event subscription and it can't handle resubbing to an event subscription, and I'm not smart enough to know how to solve all the problems. But at the very least, I think that being off of the IRC will help, because I'll be able to more easily control that. But Tank, do you have like in your variables, like in your get ignore variables, do you have like broadcaster, like access token and refresh token, and then you have bot access token and refresh token, and then broadcaster to access token, refresh token? How do you have that structured? Do you have it like broadcaster token and then print, and then you have it in the JSON file of those two tokens are the same? They're called that. Shiki, what are you doing? Yeah, basically, how are you storing all of your keys? Did you relabel them to be like, because I have it as like, okay, access token, refresh token is what they're labeled. Do you have them just labeled as broadcaster 1 access token, broadcaster 2 refresh token, that type of stuff? Bot access token, bot refresh token. Because I think what I want to do is like layer it, so it's like you'll have like a bot object, and then in the bot object it has the same to info, and yeah, that mine's also in a JSON file that is not committed to Git. That would not be it would be bad to give out that information, wouldn't it? That would not be good to just have people have it. Yeah, but I think I just have like Twitch : or Twitch bot : and then access token refresh token, Twitch broadcaster : access token refresh token, YouTube broadcaster : access token refresh token, YouTube bot access token refresh token. Yeah, that'll be probably what I do. Hi Dias. You stole your keys in your stomach. What? Why are your keys in your stomach? Concerned? I'm concerned. I'm very concerned. Because you're a wizard? Is it a common thing for wizards to keep their keys in their stomach? Is this something I should know about? Store quiche in the stomach? Yeah, I have mine in their own folder. That I just referenced. Each broadcaster has a separate token file. Okay. I was thinking I just have one JSON file that just has it all in there for convenience. I'll just have like 4 fields for each. Yeah, my streaks are in a JSON. My quotes are in a JSON file. That's how those are all done. Also, what is CI? You're talking about that as like implementing CI stuff. Again, I am a complete novice when it still, like, the fact that the bot runs is a miracle. I would still consider myself a complete novice when it comes to how to properly program stuff and how to do things legit. Continuous integration. I'm fortunate that I have a lot of awesome friends and viewers who are willing to help me out. You can do what you want, but keeping file separation projects against unintentional destructive acts. It doesn't. There's the streak file and the quote file are in their separate, they're in separate files. There's a quotes JSON database. And then there is I have 3 databases: a commands database for all the commands, a quotes database for all the quotes, and then a streaks database for all the streaks. No, I just want all the access tokens in one file. So I'll have one file that has the Twitch broadcaster access token, the Twitch bot broadcaster access token, or the Twitch bot access token, and the 2 YouTube access tokens. That's why I just want that in one file. Just put all the access tokens there. Rather than having like 4 separate files, one for each. Yeah. It's already kind of set up for that, but maybe that'll be tonight's late night project. I'll go get that going, because having Kiara_TV handle the bot message is a stopgap so that it works today for today's stream. And I'm going to figure out a solution, a more permanent solution. Lord Sebastian, hello. Okay, Shiki, holy shit. What are you doing? Okay. I bought Shiki a new toy, Shiki and Ponko, a new toy today, because I went shopping, and I got them some cat litter, I got them some cat food, and some other stuff. I've been trying to find tapestry holders. I am very interested in having a conversation on how to hang tapestries, aka a giant rug, because they came in this weekend. They're beautiful. They're gorgeous. I love how they look. And I can't wait to get them installed. So what I need is something to essentially hold a blanket on the wall. I went to a Walmart. I went to a Michael's. They didn't have anything. I'm not surprised. So, I want to know: is there anything that you all have? Has anybody happened to hang a piece of cloth before? Not like a regular portrait or anything. It will say it needs some kind of rod similar to a window shade. I don't want a rod because I don't want to fold it over. I need something that clamps the top and holds it up that way, because it's not something that gets folded in half. It's something that I need to display top to bottom. And I found some stuff. Like let me find the link that I had. Yeah, here, this. Quilt hangers. I found something like this. But it looks like it just hangs on a nail. Which is not ideal. I don't want it to just hang on a nail. But I'm wondering if I could take this and like use command strips. And do it, but it's also very expensive. It's going to be, for like a 50 inches, it's going to be like $100, which seems rather expensive. It does look neat. Yeah, so I want to avoid like tapping a nail into walls. I may be able to, if you did the entire backside of the board. No, I'd put like museum tapestry holders. Let's see. Yeah, I would just use straight command tape on the back and just stick it. All the ones I've seen in museums, they're like on rods or something, or like, yeah. But they are neat. I'm sure Command has some Velcro stuff, yeah, that would make sense. But that is going to be my home improvement project, because oh, does Kiowa Sylvia still work? It does. It does still work. Perfect. I was worried it wouldn't. But yeah, Anya, you're looking at currently a stopgap solution for the pure event sub based bot. You may notice, like, instead of Kiowa bot talking to chat right now, it's me. It's not a, no, this is not a historical piece that I have. It is something I just bought at SGDQ. I got two of them. One of them is a Pokemon one, and one of them is an Elden Ring one. They're about 5 feet by 6 feet, I think, in size. I can take a picture. I can go, you know, I'll go take a picture for y'all. I'll put it in chat. Be right back. Let me go sprawl it out. Spread it out. All right. I posted a picture in stream discussion. You just play with the pants hanger? Yeah, that's one of them. So I got 2 things that size that I want to hang in my airlock access. That's one lazy cat. Yep. You'll send me? All right. I'm awaiting being sent. I'm ready to be sent. But yeah, that's a queen bed that it's sitting on, so it's quite sizable. Very sizable. Alright, what do you got, Tank? Ah, I see. Yeah, I'll definitely want to do something a little fancier. But this quilt hanger, is really, like, I mean, what I linked in chat is, like, definitely the style I want. Where it's like you got a piece of nice wood on the top. So that way, like, the mount also looks pretty. And then I am too short to hang them where they need to be hung, so I need to go rent a ladder. And have you asked the artist who made it for recommendations? No, I did not. He said, "Oh, you could pick up some things from Walmart," which was a lie. You can't. But I don't think he quite knew. I don't think he quite knew as well the best way to hang them. But yeah, these for what is essentially a straight piece of wood, like $100 is pretty damn expensive. This is what I'm worried about. What's the art? That is just like a general Pokemon art. That's a little bit more subdued, so it's like not, which is why I liked it. It's like, yep, that's Pokemon, but it's like it's drawn in a way where it's just like aesthetically pleasing. Yeah, Snorlax resting. Wasn't that person a she? Nope. He had a girl working for him though, who was there some of the days. The guy who did that was there, yeah. And then I have another one that's an Elden Ring one. Yeah. There's a lot. There's like 30 plus hidden Pokemon in that art that are just like woven within. It's really neat. But yeah, I think I'm gonna do this, or see if I can find if this website's legit. I don't know if the website's legit, so I'll need to figure out if the website's legit. But it seems legit. I can't make it myself. I wouldn't want to do it with regular 2x4s. I'd want to make sure it's stained a nice color. I do not have the experience nor the tools to do it. And have it like nice and polished, and yeah, that's too much effort. I am not a DIY person for most things. When it comes to like doing anything like with woodworking or, you know, upholstery or flooring or carpet or whatever, like I know people who will just like go buy carpet and install it themselves. I'm like, I can't do that. But yeah, it looks like for a 50-inch, which I need to go measure the thing and see exactly how wide it is. It's gonna probably be $100 a piece. It seems really steep for 2 pieces of wood. Yeah, it'd probably take me, conservatively speaking, 15 to 20 hours to learn how to do this and do it. So if it's between spending 20 hours of my own time or $100 to have someone else do it, then I'll probably just pay $100. And it's probably gonna look better than what I can do. Yeah, this is my walls are quite bare right now. I just have a lot of work memorabilia all over the. It's just a bunch of space stuff. I got like a bunch of flags that have flown in space. And some others. It's space. Like I live in space. I look out the window and I see space every day. So like, you know, I need stuff to remind me of the surface. That's what I need. You like occupying your time with stuff you like rather than focusing on the work drama? Are you doing stuff during work hours, Tank? Are you doing other things during your mandated 8 hours of productivity per day, Tank? I need your smut. I do need your smut. Please, send me your smut. Anybody who goes to Japan, I demand you bring back smut, okay? I demand it. That's an order. I will not put smut on my walls, though. Unless, like, okay, if I had... The guest bathroom should just be lewd art. I think that would be funny if I was like super rich and I could have like a secret room, and it's the secret room for special guests, and I'll send them in there, and it's just they get blasted by. I just have framed pieces of every piece of lewd art I've ever received. I saw Margie working on something. I'm gonna have to go have a chat over there. See, I'm not sure if he ever finished, or if I'll ever be able to see it finished. I do have a secret liquor cabinet, so an R18 room isn't that far off. The goon room. Have you seen my goon room? I do not have a goon room. The channel isn't the goon room? No, this channel is say so only. Oh, is that not working? No, say so is working. Oh, it's Yabai. I don't have a goon. I have a Yabai. Alright. So, bot is stable. Chat widget is working. Once I get everything else working, I can move on to new features. But I need to go take care of something really quick. And I will be right back, and then we'll start with 999. Oh, I'm back. I need to plug in my 3DS. Get that working. We'll power up. Let me know when you can hear it. Muted. No, I'm not muted. You're muted. I am doing perfectly fine. But yeah, I'm booting up the game. It'll take me time to get there. Nintendo DSi. I need to figure out how to change the profile name on the little app in the DS. I don't know why it's so weird. It has someone else's name on it. I don't know how to change it. And I think I need to like log into a Nintendo account or something silly. Okay. I make sure I don't have anything compromising on screen. Then we'll reset the HDMI matrix so that works. You can finally never finish Xenoblade Chronicles 2? What? What's wrong with Xenoblade Chronicles 2? Are the waifus too much for you? Uh-oh. My capture card is busted. Why are you not working? You should be working. Okay. There we go. Let me put on my detective glasses. That's more like it. Now, why do y'all keep blasting yourselves? Why would you do this? Hi, Lexi. It looks like we have no audio. I think I need to go set this up in the audio settings. Output device is correct. How is it if I click continue? All right, we got video, we don't have audio. Why do we not have audio? It was the same thing that happened before. Why does nothing work? Who needs sound when we have my voice? You need sound to play the game. But Spotify works, right? Yeah, you hear that music. And you literally just heard the DS. So why did it stop? Yeah, so like it's getting audio, it's just nothing's coming. Let me try resetting the 3DS capture. We'll just close out of it and then relaunch it. Okay, relaunching 3DS capture works. Welcome everybody to the final episode of 999. Yes, this will be the final episode. I will make it. I will stream until the game is complete. So we are pretty deep into the game. So if you have not played this before, I would recommend not watching. You know, heck it, watch me anyway. I'm awesome. I'll stream for 9 hours. I'll get 9 subs and 999 bits and a $9,999 tip and 9 gifts and I don't know what else. Something. All right, so what I did. So I was a little tilted last time we played on the last episode. I apologize. I got very angry because my game crashed, and that did not make me happy. And I got tilted because I got an ending I did not expect, and that I had asked if there's any weird stuff that could happen, and then chat said no. But I should have known not to trust chat because there was weird stuff that happens that you have to take into account for. You can't just choose doors. There's more than that. So what I did is like, okay, I'm not gonna stay mad at chat for lying to me. I will not. Instead, I'll calm down. And then the next day, I went and watched back my playthrough and just wrote down all the decisions that I made so that hopefully this time we'll get somewhere. However, I'm still gonna have to fast forward and go through a whole bunch of stuff. We don't need to pin anything, Sonic. So we're gonna go through all this stuff because there's clearly a critical point that I missed. A very critical point I missed. I still would not recommend anybody plays the DS version. Definitely play the remake version. The amount of times we have solved the escape room is too many to count. way too many to count. It is no longer fun. I just gotta hope I remember what everything was. Yeah, so we select this. Junpei is being all cute. And will talk to us forever. Then we go through this door. Oh wait, no. We go this way, and then we open up and get that guy. And then we just head out. It's interesting how it lets me skip some puzzles, but not others. Like, I can't put in the safe code because, like, you don't have the safe code, but I don't. That restriction doesn't apply for, like, the code at the start of the game. So I'm curious. Do you want to let us know if you're at risk of getting Hector now? Nah. I have written down all of the choices that I made on the thing that worked. And I'm just gonna do that. So I have a little reference sheet here for me to go look at. Get that. Combine. Go here. Select the key. You can tell I have done this a number of times. And now we need to go past time by looking at this and then looking at this. Getting the shower curtain. That will go out. And then we go grab the candle. Go back here. And now we can go open the door. And this is where we get the clover. So we will take the clover. Yes. You can tell by my swell. Okay. So we're going to select that this is a dog. It's totally a dog. Apologize to the Funyarimpa? No. If I say something else, then it could heck me. Like, oh, you thought that was a koi? Well, now you die. Is what I would expect. Alright, you found it. Alright, we'll let the screen play so I can feel good about myself. You found it! Alright, now I hold right and talk to chat for a while. What is a Funyarimpa? Is that related to a Danganronpa? Oh, I need to get my my notes up for this room for the save code. Come obsidian. Okay. Just moving some stuff. All right. Let's see how much I remember. We gotta go in here. Gotta get the knife. Yes, I have heard about your futility. Gonna have every choice that I put listed down here on a sheet of paper. I'm just gonna pick them all, so I don't mess up. Also, hi Chumpy. I found you. Yeah. Move the middle giant cheese. Get a bottle of oil. Alright. I need to get, from here, we need the sharpening stone. And now we can use the oil to go through this door. Wait, not that door. This door. The way you navigate around the levels is a little bit strange. Alright, here's where Lotus is too skimpily dressed to stay in here. Her outfit is quite ridiculous. Then I need to get the chicken and the pork. There's the chicken, there's the dry ice. Alright, we're gonna say it did strike Junpei as rather odd. We'll talk about all this. You were honestly impressed. Otherwise, Junpei goes on a tirade. Says, what the heck are you doing? Alright, now we can combine everything. And out we go. See, this one, I gotta grill the steak or it will not let me put in the code. And I'm curious why that is. Where, like, everywhere else, I could just put in the code. Oomph? Oomphies? One of my mutual followers? Anybody hungry? key card and let's get out. Speedrun time. Look at that. Okay. You found it. Act impressed. This is totally chat. This is totally my first time going through this. I'm that smart. I just know. I don't need to read anything. I just know how. I just know it needs to be done. Totally my first time through. Blind playthrough. I'm a genius, etc. Alright, so here we go through room 7. Actually, chat, yeah, go ahead and tell me if I'm gonna get hecked. Runs may not be considered for RTA attempts. Kiara's too powerful. Yeah. The Kiara assisted speedrun. I'll ensure you get an incredibly mid time. Snake's gone! I'm gonna get hacked. No, I'm pretty sure I sanitized my inputs. I do not think you can inject HTML into my chatbot via sending messages in chat. I'm 99% sure. I'll talk to him. I can. Did Ponko really just type a whole bunch of 9s? That's really funny. Ponko, you're so smart. You predicted back in 2025, almost a year ago, that I would play this game. Good job, Ponko. What a cat. What a kitty. Mother, I cleaned my poop. Mother. Brother, where's the... I want some Coke. You want any Coke, brother? Oh, I talked to the bartender. He's gonna give me Coke. Yeah, Ponko. No Coke for you. I hate to see what you look like on Coke. Coke only for me. This is joke. I don't do Coke. We're gonna go through door 7. And now I get a hold right for an extended period of time. What throws me off with navigating the rooms is like you'll hit right and then like you're not just gonna turn right, you're gonna like go left, straight, and around, and you'll just end up somewhere completely different. Like here, if I press right, I'm actually going left and around. It's odd. Seek a way out. All right, let me see what the code is. 349. Alright, then here comes 7 talking about stuff. And then we need this conversation to happen. Know about Ice 9. And then he gives us some lore. I feel this is the key conversation, where if this does not happen, then Clover goes insane. For whatever reason. Alright. Yeah, these escape rooms are quite simple when you think about it. Oh, it kind of looks like a nose, even though it's a torso. Okay. Put it all on, and then we'll transition the dolls by swapping all of their body parts. That's it. So for all the trans people watching, that's roughly how it goes. It's just that simple. Alright, so here we're going to give you the clover. And now, next up is we go to room number 1. I don't think that choice matters. You found it! Alright, now we got a whole bunch more lore. And we go to room 1 next. Which, yeah, the whole wheelhouse and the half-dead stop, and you found it! Look, I can't stop the game from soft locking. I think it's just a fluke. I'm known to break games. I broke Final Fantasy VI yesterday. I've broken 999. I've broken many video games. My FF5 card busted. mysteriously. Alright, go talk about getting wet. You know what the S doesn't stand for? Wet. Yeah, I think I had to replay through half of Final Fantasy V. That was heartbreaking. I'm not through FF6 yet, but I'd be heartbroken if that happened. I think this is the longest stretch of text. Yeah. No, Final Fantasy V did not crash. My save got mysteriously deleted. For reasons I don't understand. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Was that new speedrun tech? No. It's a useless bug that is known about. We'll go through door 1. I'm not at risk of getting hacked. Okay. I'll make a save next chance I get. Fat pig, you just wait and see. Seek a way out! Yo, it's Mocha Jones. Hello. Oh, that's right. I can't save in a room. You can only save outside rooms. Well, that's on me. It's fine. We totally will not crash the video game. You play this as part of your initial affiliate push? Tank, when's partner push? When are we going to see check mark next to it's just a tank? You know nothing of this game? If you have any interest in playing it, we're pretty late in the game. So I'd recommend not watching if you have any interest in playing the game. But I do like that you're here, Mocha. Mocha is a cute PNG tuber. Was on my show last week. Got to hang out and get dinner at SGDQ. It was fun. The story is very good, though I have issues with it. That's right, we need this before we can steer. Oh no, that's right. We need to inspect that first, and then we could steer. All right. Here we go. South. West. Southwest. Northwest. East. Then we got full, half, slow, full, half, dead, You found it! Alright, I think this is where the game crashed last time. Wait, hold on, I could save here. Save the game. Alright. Save a way out. I knew it was you, Zero. How could you? I just think of Code Geass every single time.
Thank you for preserving your sanity.
Thank you, Medley fan. I had a week to get over it, and I've gotten over it. I was very tilted last time I played, but I've gotten over it. Aww, aww, adorable, heckin' cute. Talk about Nevada. So my theory is, chat, we are in Nevada. The greatest goddamn state in the US of A. Because one of my overarching things is, like, I don't believe for a second we're on a ship. It's too controllable. Alright, so this is... Oh, what do I need for this? Oh, I need a... Hold on. Alice. All ice. Random Egyptian. This is where we get the Wikipedia dump on all ice. We went to the Gold Strike Hotel gambling hall. Is that like is that a real place? Or I guess formal real place. Hi, Doric. Ooh. Good job, Junpei! We did it! You found it. Now, hopefully Clover doesn't go crazy. The hotel tower has been sitting vacant for years. All right, so like the Rio. No one goes to the Rio unless you're going to watch Penn and Teller. Got 2 doors. Clover's doing the math. Then, June, or not June. Santa is going to abduct June and head through the door. With I forget with who. Ah! She looks so concerned. I can't bring myself to play casino games. They're so goddamn expensive. I don't know how anybody affords it. Even in old Vegas, it's like $25 minimum. The world blinked. Suddenly, oh, we're new stuff, chat. Alerts, new stuff. Suddenly, there was a voice inside of Junpei's head. Last time we were here, we got stuck with the to be continued. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand. Isn't this what was in the safe? What the hell was that? That voice. But we didn't open the safe. Junpei was utterly and completely baffled. Huh? What are you talking about? What's up? Seven and Clover ran over to him, but Junpei didn't know what to tell them. If he told them he'd heard a voice, they'd laugh, or worse, think he was going insane. So all he said was, "Oh, nothing." He cleared his throat a little too loud and looked pointedly down at his bracelet. There are a pair of small buttons protruding from either side of it. Junpei pressed the buttons on the bracelet. How did this work? Because how did we get this without the safe? Cameras blinked on and then off on the bracelet's page. Junpei checked one last time. One, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. Huh? Eh? Hey, what the hell were those numbers? Oh my gosh, are those? Junpei didn't answer. He simply walked straight to the coffin. He knelt down in front of the keypad, writing over the numbers in his head so he wouldn't forget. 1438 3421. 1438 3421. With trembling fingers, he punched them in. That was all of them. He punched the E button. There's a moment of complete silence. Then there was the sound of the coffin lid unlatching. Someone sat up out of it. Ah! Oh, is that you, Clover? So, how... I mean, I do have the code written down. At least I thought I did. Yeah, 1438 3421. That we got when we went door 586. Because we went back for the safe to get it. So how is that working now? Did I miss something? Did I fast forward through something? I wonder if I ran into something the first time I did it that I have context for now. I can't remember. How does Junpei have this information? Where did he get it from? I apologize for worrying you. Snake! Oh my, how did you... Junpei and Seven, is that you? Is there anyone else there as well? Just like Rip Van Winkle. This name sounds very familiar. I've heard this name before. I think it's come up in another game I've streamed. Who is Rip Van Winkle? I'll probably remember it once you put it in. Who is Pappy Van Winkle? The guy that went to sleep and woke up 20 years later? Oh, I thought it was some fish thing. I was thinking like Rip Van Winkle's like a fish, right? What am I getting this mixed up with? Am I getting this mixed up with the incredible Mr. Limpet? Starring the guy from the Andy Griffith show? No, like I am unfamiliar with the fairy tale. Yeah, Rip Van Fish. Yeah. I'm thinking of the Rip Van Fish from Super Mario World. That's it. Yeah. That was the last time this came up. And I was like, why is it called Rip Van Fish? Still, it was very much like Snake to simply cut to the heart of the matter and ask. Nerd! Oh, come on, Chumpy. Junpei and Seven shared a wry smile. Clover's eyes were filled with tears. You're back! With a cry of joy, she leapt into Snake's arms. Gently now. My body is still a little weak. You're back, you're back! Clover looked like nothing so much as a lost child who had finally found her home. She cried and cried and cried. Her eyes were red and her nose was running. She hiccuped and gasped as if she were about to begin hyperventilating. You're back. You're really here. Her voice was happy but almost desperate, as if she feared he would disappear again if she stopped talking to him. Tear after tremendous tear rolled its way down her face. Her small arms strained as she clutched Snake's body as tightly as she could. Oh my god, it's Gamma Chris! Gamma Chris, I saw you at the store today. Thanks for saying hi to me. Perhaps she had to convince herself he was real. Perhaps she was worried he would be gone the moment she let go. Perhaps she simply didn't know what else to do. Oh, you're back! Come now, what's gotten into you? You're acting as though I've returned from the grave. Not as though you did. I really thought you were dead. We're gonna take a 3-minute break. Well, I'm still gonna stare at the screen. We have ads starting. I feel we're about to get some lore. So, I don't want chat to miss it if you're unsubbed. Alright. Oh, Chris is... Sorry, Chris. You're getting ad blasted, apparently. I don't know who does and doesn't have turbo. I thought you were dead. Let's take a break. Yep. Look. Ads suck. They're terrible. They're disgusting. I don't like them. But they must go on. This is when the cigarette ad happens in the 50s TV. Ah. Cigarette ads are banned, right? You can't advertise them. I know you can advertise weed. But I don't think you can advertise cigarettes, right? I've seen dispensary ads. Supposedly. Doesn't stop nicotine replacement ads? Yeah. Perceiving you still? Perfect. Did you, Chris, did you manage to finish Other M the other day? Oh, yeah, there's so many... I mean, Twitch is filled with gambling ads. Oh, absolutely not? Do you intend to? I would love to do that again, Chris. Like, get you on stream, then we just, like, go play through a game. Yeah. It's fun hanging out with friends while they play games. I still really liked our Punch-Out collab. We need to do something else soon. Need to play Mahjong. I'm gonna get to Master, and I'm never gonna play a ranked game again. Hi, Big Head. This stream brought to you by DraftKings. Gosh. Betting has made, like, esports so unwatchable because, like, every single break is just, like, 4 different bet companies just, like, you know, bet. They must be making a killing. Yeah, you have teams sponsored by betting companies. And you got your ass kicked in Jong today? Was your spirit shattered? Remember the day you had to go to a casino, racetrack, or bet house to gamble? No. Alright, the ads are done. Sidebar over. Let's continue. Huh? You jerk! Idiot! 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 I can just hear the baka, baka, baka! Clover broke into sobs so great she could no longer talk. It was a touching reunion between brother and sister. Even though Junpei knew they had little time and every minute they waited was a minute they wasted, it felt cruel to pull them apart. Junpei and Seven sat down on one of the pews, waiting for Clover to calm down before explaining to Snake what had transpired. I see. I believe I understand things rather well now, thank you. Well, with Snake in the mix, we can go through door 9. In the shower room, there's a dead body wearing my clothes. Because of that, you thought I was dead, correct? He had quickly and neatly summarized the events of several hours. Junpei nodded. You also discovered a corpse in the captain's quarters, and Santa turned on you here in this room. Do I have it straight? Seven had been rather surprised to learn of the dead body in the captain's quarters. With everything that had taken place, Junpei had simply forgotten to mention it to him. Well then, I've got a pretty decent idea of what happened while I was indisposed, but it's still something of a mystery who did all this, and why. The corpse in the shower room that looked like me, and the corpse in the captain's quarters, why were they killed in the way they were? You don't know? No? Why would I? The guy in the shower room. We don't know who he is, so let's just call him Mr. X. Anyway, this Mr. X is wearing Snake's clothes, but you're wearing some kind of weird robes. That means someone took your clothes and put them on Mr. X. You need to figure out who that was. I apologize, but I have no idea who might have done this to me. I only just now woke up. I was unconscious during all the events you just described to me. They must have undressed me and changed my clothes during that time. When were you knocked out? When we split up to look for the red. Where did they get you? Do you remember? It's a small room in one of the hallways on C deck. What happened? The same thing that happened to every one of us when we were abducted. A can releasing some sort of gas was thrown into the room. So I wonder if Zero did this. I believe the gas is some sort of incapacitating agent. And that means it was Zero. Looks that way, huh? There's nothing else I have to tell you. When I woke up, I was in this coffin. Junpei crossed his arms and thought, why had Zero made Mr. X wear Snake's clothes? How had the results of that trick benefited Zero? It was a mystery. Junpei couldn't make sense of it. He also didn't have a satisfactory explanation for how he discerned the key code for the coffin. It just didn't make sense. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. What did that mean? Did it mean anything? And why had Junpei felt compelled to push the buttons on the bracelet after hearing them? Yes. Seven had asked him about it while they waited for Clover to finish crying. He had no answer for him then, and he still didn't. All he could say was that it seemed to have been a subconscious reaction. His fingers had simply moved of their own accord. It was the only explanation that made any sort of sense, and it made almost no sense. So, is what's going on here, notes. Oh, we need to change the note presentation. We got Zero's note. Plot of revenge. Morphogenetic resonance. The Gainesfield experiment. Is that why all this shit's been... Is that why all this shit's been, constantly put out? I mean, so the 9 years ago, they were researching it, right? So did that just happen? Is that what just happened? Some sort of morphogenetic resonance, aka pseudoscientific bullshit. Anyway. So did that need me to go, I guess, because I went through here and then I got stuck. And then I did the other one where we got the safe and then we came back with it. So I guess that had to have happened in order to do the resonance thing. Cheeky, does this make any sense to you? No? Juby had no idea what any of it meant. His mind was a maelstrom of mysteries, clues, theories, and more mysteries. He could barely think. And of course, Snake and Clover had been subjects in a similar experiment 9 years ago. The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. And someone did actually die. A girl. Her name was, There had been another experiment conducted on the same... Shiki! How did you close my capture? Alright, Shiki, let's go. Shiki, here. I'm gonna pick you up. I'm gonna place you down. There you go. Slap your butt a little. Alright. Let's get the capture back up. There had been another experiment conducted on the same ship 9 years ago. A girl had died during it. Morphogenetic field theory. The 2 murders. Switching clothes. The nonary game. And whatever strange thing was happening to Junpei himself, the maelstrom in his head spat out words and ideas that disappeared back into it almost as soon as he grasped them. As he struggled through them, Junpei began to realize something. There was something that tied all of them together. Zero. He was the ringleader, the person who had trapped 9 people on a sinking ship. Zero knew everything. If they could uncover Zero's identity, all of their questions would be answered. Who was Zero? Junpei had the beginnings of a theory. If he could only test it. Or perhaps... At any rate, we'll have plenty of time to decipher the details later. For now, it is of utmost importance that we escape. Junpei, it was 4:30 the last time you checked the clock, yes? That means we have less than an hour. We must hurry. Hey, how are we gonna get out of here? Isn't that obvious? Through the other number 9 door. Yeah, you're right. The snake, we can open the door. Don't tell me you hadn't figured that out. As they sniped back and forth, Junpei glanced at Snake's left hand. He was wearing a bracelet with a 2 on it. Come on, you gotta tell me these things. I assumed you'd figured it out. Yeah, forget it. Let's just get going. 7 stomped off toward the smaller number 9 door. Clover, Snake, and Junpei followed. 7 quickly laid his hand on the red. An asterisk appeared on the screen. Junpei and the others followed suit. I'll write some notes. Oop, wrong notes. attempt. Alright, so door 9 double is yeah, 1 3 6 8, and then we have 2 4 5 7. Okay. And we'll highlight this. Alright, this is run number 6. Here we go. Soon there were 4 asterisks on the screen. 7 glanced at them, then laid his hand on the lever of the red. All right, you guys ready to go? Yes. Yep. Jinbei paused for a moment. Not yet. Huh? Before we go in, I'd like to check something. You want to check something? Yeah, but before I do, 7, could you pull the lever? I want to make sure we can verify with just the 4 of us. What do you mean? We don't need... Just do it, alright? If the door opens, don't go in yet, okay? Please. This is really important. I really need to check this, okay? Work with me here. Junpei looked directly into Seven's eyes. The older man looked back for a moment, then nodded. Fine. Seven pulled down the lever and the door 9 creaked open. And they waited. After 9 seconds, the door closed. Alright, that means the 4 of us can go into door 9. So? We knew that already, it's obvious. Obvious? Yeah, you're right, it is. Now what happens if we add Zero's bracelet? What? Zero's bracelet? Why don't you take it out, Clover? For a moment, Clover looked surprised, but she recovered quickly and stuck her tongue out at Junpei. Nah. So you did know I had it. I picked it up because I thought it might be useful sometime. She reached into one of the pockets of her voluminous jackets and produced a bracelet. Junpei took it from her and turned it to Seven. This was in the left hand of the corpse in the captain's quarters. If you look at it, you can see it's got a 0 on the face. Just to make this a little easier to talk about, I'm going to call the guy we found dead in the captain's quarters Cap. If Cap was really a 0, then I should be able to open door 9 with just me, Clover, and his bracelet. But most importantly, if you were Cap and this was your game, would you really put one of these bracelets on yourself? Anyway, let's just give it a shot. Clover, give me your hand. Okay. After he and Clover scanned their bracelets, he waved Caps over the scanner panel. Then he pulled the lever. However, the door didn't open. The red's display read error. I knew it. Now, what does this tell us? Maybe the bracelet has to be on your wrist in order for it to work? No, that's impossible. Do you see how the panel showed a 3rd asterisk when I scanned Cap's bracelet? Whether or not it's on your wrist doesn't matter. All you have to do is to put the bracelet near the panel for it to register. Simon waved his bracelet in front of the scanner panel. Sure enough, a single asterisk appeared on the red. Huh? Looks like you're right. See? So what does that mean? There's only one possibility. That bracelet isn't the number 0. Is that what you're saying? That's right. Then what number is it? I guess why does this matter? Junpei? Scan the bracelet with this combination. Let's do Snake, Clover, and Cap. Yeah. However... the door didn't open. Cap's number wasn't 3. Oh, we just gotta do this until we get it right. Okay. Okay, it's not 5. Okay, it's a 6. Let's add that to my notes. Hey, it opened. The door opened. What? Why? What does that mean? Both Seven and Clover seemed rather shaken as they turned to look at Junpei for answers. The door slid heavily shut. Junpei raised an eyebrow. Isn't it obvious? Cap's bracelet is number 6. But doesn't it say 0? This isn't a 0. The symbol on here isn't a number 0. It's a letter O. O? Oh, snap. Whoa, wait a minute. I don't get it. I mean, we figured out that Cap's bracelet was 6, right? Yeah? Does that mean there are 2 people with 6s? Before Junpei could answer, Snake spoke up. There is most likely only one person with a 6. But I don't get it. What about June? Well, this is only an educated guess, but I think June's number was never 6 to begin with. Her bracelet was flipped. In other words, June's real number is 9? That seems the most likely. Then all this numbered door stuff was just a load of crap? Why would you say that? Because if June is 9, then the numbers wouldn't match up. But remember, she was always with Santa. Does that mean Santa's 0? Junpei leaned over to look at it. List of all the numbered doors June's gone through. Clara reached each row out so that Snake could follow along. Alright, I made a list of all the numbered doors that June had gone through so far. I wrote down which doors she went into and with who. I wrote what all the numbers were. So if you switch 9, and wherever there's a 6, numbers don't work. The digital root is 7, then you can't open door 4. The digital root is 2, then you can't open door 8. Clover, do you notice anything interesting on that list? What do you mean? You're talking about 3, right? 3? Santa's always in the room with her. That's what you're saying, isn't it? This is something we figured out very early. Yes, exactly. What about it? That's quite simple, really. You told me that the first time you came to this room, Santa was the first to refuse to leave June behind. Now, doesn't that beg the question, why? Why would Santa do such a thing? The answer is easy, because Santa can't open door 9 with only 7 and Lotus. Of course, there's only one reason for that. His number isn't actually 3. Santa's real number... 7, would you be so kind as to modify my sister's equation? Yeah, sure. This is what you're getting at, right, Snake? Oh. I mean, if the 3 is really a 0, then that doesn't necessarily mean the 6 has to be an upside down 9. The 6 could also be a 0, because literally any combination of those two worked. That is exactly right, 7. Santa's true number wasn't 3, it was 0. No way. Santa is 0? I mean, it still doesn't matter. Well, I guess it does matter, because if their numbers really are different, and they're always going in rooms together, they would have had to both share the knowledge that, or I guess one would have had to share the knowledge that the number on their wrist is different. And the only people who would have that knowledge are 0, so... I'm thinking my theory of June and Santa being accomplices is right on the money, chat. +3 and -3. They cancel one another out. Nothing appears out of order. And that means that even though he set the whole damn thing up, Santa was still playing by the rules of the notary game this whole time. Precisely. So you're saying Santa planned this whole thing? I'm not sure if he acted alone or not, but I think it is safe to conclude that he is zero. If my hypothesis is correct. Clover bit her lip. She seemed to be having some difficulty believing her brother's explanation. Junpei remained silent and thought. Snake's hypothesis didn't satisfy her. June's bracelet was flipped. Even if that were possible, then there would have been 2 number 9 bracelets. And if that were the case... Alright, that's enough talking. Let's go. It's high time we went through that door. Here we go. Yes, you may, Mocha. I'm assuming some hexadecimal bullshit is why O would turn into a 6. And the detonator stopped. Phew! After pausing for a moment to catch their collective breath, Junpei and his companions headed down the long hallway in front of them. O is the 15th letter in the alphabet? Yeah, so that wraps around to 6 in decimal, right? At the end was a set of stairs leading down into the ship. It looked as though they led all the way to the bottom deck. They looked down. It didn't seem to be flooded. After deciding it was safe, they headed down the stairs. Before long, Junpei and his companions found themselves. But effectively, it's a 6 because multiples of 9 don't change digital roots, so adding 15 to anything is effectively turning them all into 6, right? Before long, Junpei and his companions found themselves on the bottom deck. They turned left into another hallway, at the end of which they found another door. And of course, there's a symbol engraved over the keyhole. It looked like the sort of harpoon one would use to hunt fish, the kind with 3 prongs. Snake traced the shape of it with his fingers. This is the Neptune symbol. There must be a key around here somewhere. Neptune key. All Junpei had was the Uranus key card. Not the same planet, not even the same sort of key. Do I have info of where the Neptune key is? Sun key is in the torture room. Have I ever seen the Neptune key? I don't think I have. I don't think I've run into this key. Clear it wasn't going to open this door. After examining the door for a few more minutes, they gave up and headed back the way they'd come. A little more searching, they found a metal door. Beside it was a card reader. A symbol was engraved on the card reader. It matched the Uranus symbol on the key card Junpei was carrying. This is the place, he muttered to himself and slid the card through the reader. It beeped once, and the light on it turned green. Heavy metal groaned, the door creaked open. Junpei, Clover, Snake, and Seven looked at one another, nodded, and stepped through. The room they found themselves in was full of books. It looked remarkably like a library. Not the sort of library where large numbers of people came to read books, but more the sort of library that was simply a place to store books. He felt a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of books, but Junpei did his best to speak with authority. If we want to get through that door out there, we need the Neptune key. I'd say we split up and look for it. Okay. Very well. Sure thing. Good, let's get started then. We don't have a lot of time. Hurry. Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge. As he began to search for reasons he didn't fully understand, Junpei felt those particular words float through his mind. New room! A legit seek a way out. There's no on that table. Lights to the books. Huh? What does that mean? Interesting. Well, intelligence often hides itself in darkness. Have you ever thought about the pages of a book? Each page only sees, maybe 2 or 3 minutes of light before the reader is on to the next. They spend the rest of their lives locked in darkness, rather like myself. That's horrible. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining, not at all. I live in the darkness, yes, but that has gifted me with the ability to catch the truths others might miss. I can hear the voices hidden in the darkness, you might say. The black hole hypothesis, gamma ray astrophysics. I guess this bookshelf has an astronomy theme. Kids book here? Looks like it's a children's story about Native Americans. Don't you think a random book like that is kind of suspicious? Makes you ought to hold on to it. It's got some Native Americans on the cover. Hey, Junpei, take a look at this one. Maybe it's got some... Whoa! It's some letters. Yo, shoutouts to the lurkers. Where are my lurkers at? Okay, don't I'm not gonna call the lurkers to go chat, but shoutouts to the lurkers of chat. What's Hellenism? I think it's something like a fusion of Greek and Oriental culture. History of the medieval period. Maybe it's about Sir Lancelot? Isn't it just a story? I don't think you're gonna find a guy who didn't really exist in a history book. A history of Buddhism. Permian creatures? Seems a little fancy for some kind of prehistoric critter. Not to mention most of them were like the reptiles and amphibians without hair. I can't imagine they had much need of perms. That's got nothing to do with this. This one's called History of the Western World. Well, I'd assume it's about European history. Yeah. Just gonna leave it at that. Snake doesn't seem like you. This book's called Greek Mythology. Damn, that thing's huge. Can't imagine anyone's actually read the whole thing. Pretty sure it just put me to sleep. Maybe this one's about China's 4,000 years of history or something. Hey, China's history and Oriental history aren't the same thing. What's the deal with these titles? They're all just gibberish. Hey, what if we switch them around? Switch them around? Yeah. If we move them around, maybe they'll spell something. Open here, find bulb? Is that what it says? How about this? Hey, looks like putting those books in the right order opened the right thing up. That was a piece of cake. Hooray! Alright, you did it, Junpei. Guess that turned out well enough. So the letter from the title is spelled... I'm about to read like tittles. Open here, find bulb. Yes, you can read Clover. Powerful light bulb. Can't combine that yet. Are property values going up out in space too these days? Man, guess times are tough for aliens too. This one says cosmic inflation. Ah yes, the expanding universe. What's this? An overview of conformal field theory. Well, it's a theory that posits an invariant quantum field where a conformal transformation can take place. Knock it off with this science voodoo stuff. You trying to put me to sleep? Supersymmetric string theory in 10-dimensional space-time. We're just talking about superstring theory. It's a theory of reality where, how to explain? It says that all elements of the universe are governed by the vibrations and harmonics of tiny supersymmetric strings. You know a lot about quantum physics and string theory, Snake. Oh, let's hear Faraday's laws of electrolysis. I believe that's going to be about electrolysis and electrolyte solution. These particular laws were set down by Michael Faraday. There's general. Oh, I know this one. That's Einstein, right? Yeah. Quantum gravity. Sam, do you have any idea what this is? How about you start by using real words? Then maybe I'll get somewhere. Santa's Christian Bale. Energy theory, development of nanotechnology, materials, interactions between shortwave energy and matter. What else have we got? Just listening to you read those titles is giving me a headache. Can't say fancy technology stuff and I get along really well. Keep on talking about that stuff and you're gonna put me to sleep. This says cultural heritage of Rome. But that's gotta be serious. This would be a serious inheritance tax. It's a huge door. Hurry up, we need to find the key with the mark of Neptune. Okay. This sounds like a job for the best brother and sister team in the world. It's like 7, I don't even exist. Owen, huh? Owen isn't enough to go on. Perhaps it's about the English Revolutionary? Dadkind. What the hell is this? Wasn't that a German mathematician? Dadkind? Maybe it's a compilation of his work. Liebernese. This book is in German. Looks like it's the complete works of something. Never heard of it. Well, Snake doesn't know what it is. I don't think we'll ever know. Sheldrake? Sheldrake. Isn't Sheldrake? The Pythagorean theorem. This is a famous one. Sounds like there are a number of math books in this section. Algebraic number theory, math, huh? There's another one like that over here. Means something like primary number theory, or analytical number theory, or geometry. Oh my gosh, how do you know? Nobody said anything about those. Well, number theory is usually split into 4 chief disciplines. What a nerd! Snake is such a nerd. So it's gold box conjecture. Conjecture? What's it about? Like magic or psychic stuff or something? Right, but it's about jewelry, isn't it? It may have an odd title, but it's actually a very respectable mathematics book. It deals with one of the unsolved problems of additive number theory. Sorry I said anything. Look, let's not get into this right now, okay? It says Riemann hypothesis. What is there to hypothesize about with Riemann, isn't it? Pretty straightforward. Heavens, no, there are many factors. Length, girth, lubrication, or... Huh? Whoa! Length, girth, and lubrication. Modern Japanese literature, huh? What's this? Origin of Japanese folklore? Looks like there are a bunch of books about Japanese culture here, mostly ones about folklore, though. Well, folklore can cover a wide range of subjects. History, urban life, religious trends, environmental changes, oral traditions. Folklore can cover all those things, if you know where to look. This looks pretty deep. Agriculture and historical organizations and folklore. Hey, there's another one of those picture books here. Something about these things feels kind of nice, you know? Brings back good memories. I guess even people like 7 were kids once. No shit, you little brat. Hey guys, cool it. Alright, I think I'm gonna take this picture book with me. It's got a magic wand on it, okay? So what's inside? Well, aren't you going to open it? Pretty sure it's just gonna have pages inside. Smarter. Whoa! So SE5 and then the L and that probably combined to make that like an F or a C. Alright. We don't have the information here yet. There are 3 lights in this thing. They aren't very bright though. Can we find some kind of really powerful light bulb over there? Why don't you put it into one of those lights? Yeah. Well, it'll get a lot brighter, but if there are 3 lights, that means 3 light bulbs. There won't be much points unless we can replace all 3 bulbs. We need 3 light bulbs, huh? I was thinking we could put 1 in and test it out. Middle of the glass door is a cylinder lock. You know, the kind of lock where you rotate the numbers around until you've got the right ones to open it. Well, what the hell is this? It's like they just gave us the answer. Because I might as well give it a shot. Five, 1, 4, 2, 3, 6. Six. 3, 2, 4, 1. I guess they did just give it the answer. Yay, did Jinpei? I don't know why, but I don't really feel particularly happy about being praised for that. Whatever. At least the lock's open now. Let's see if we can get it open all right. There's a lock here anymore. All 6 books seem to be pointing at the cylinder number lock. The light bulb. I guess that really wasn't a puzzle. Yeah. That was a Professor Layton puzzle right there. Okay. It's a coat rack, like a place where you can hang coats and hats and stuff. Well, this one's not too big, so maybe just hats. The iron plate is bolted down. I don't think it's a door. I think it's just a wall. So, I wonder what shelf we're missing. I might have to go find another picture book. What's this? Warm? Oh, sorry. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Hey, what's the deal with this sappy stuff? So many books. Okay, can't combine those. That's probably going to be used later. I think we officially entered Pixel Hunt. This one looks just like that picture book. Aha! You think they're part of a series or something? They do have the same binding. Oh, it's about baseball. Come on, Junpei, let's see what's in it. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say it's probably baseball. Whoa! Its head! It was called Recreation of Lost Human Functions. You think they're talking about if you, like, lose part of your body, then you could grow it back? I don't think so. Maybe they're talking about reconstructing abilities that humankind once possessed. In other words, they may be talking about cultivating a sixth sense. Human equilibrium theory. Human anatomy. Regeneration of internal organs. This book is just called Dissection. This bookshelf is all medical books. From what I can tell, it sounds as though these books have been organized by genre. This library must be massive. I'm rather impressed by how well organized it is. Oh look, Seven, here's a book that's perfect for you. It's called Correlation of Muscle, Bone Density, and Bone Strength. You're just saying that because it says muscle. Yes. Principles of Monkey Behavior, huh? I'd imagine that's a book describing praxeological studies on monkeys. Monkeys are very similar to humans evolutionarily, so I imagine the research was fruitful. Functions of the human brain, huh? Guess this is a book about the nervous system. I'd love to ask you to read it to me, but I don't think we have the time. I'm kind of curious about it, too. There's gotta be a reason why people connect with each other, you know? Are these directions? Do they combine to form a message? They're saying head, like Sector 5. Well, those are probably going to cast shadows, right, on the wall. But I still need another, I still need another light bulb. Yeah, lights to the books, yeah. So they're gonna cast shadows. We're gonna have to get a message from the shadows about where to do shit. Alright, but I need to find another bulb. The only thing left that's kind of suspicious is right here. Because they're colors, right? Red, yellow, blue. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. I have never been to the Library of Congress. Last time I was in the area, it was not... there was not available. It was like under refurbishment or something. You should before we burn all the books and replace it with all with... Oh, I hate how you're right. Is that some sort of book about hippie chicks? Probably not, except perhaps tangentially. It's most likely about environmental protection. I was just trying to make a joke. Dude, hippie chicks? Really? The theory of evolution. Heck, even I know this one. This is that Darwin guy, right? Well, yes and no. Charles Darwin wrote a book called On the Origin of the Species. In it, he put forth his theory of evolution. Yeah, I remember that part. He called it natural selection. All right. This book is now banned, or this game is now banned in the US. It's talking about evolution. Can't be having that. Paleontology. This one's about fossils, right? Ammonites are pretty nasty looking. This one says transition of extinct species. We need to hurry it up or we're going to end up in the pages of a book like that. Introduction to geology, huh? thinking about the Earth, even when you're on the ocean, kind of romantic in a way, I guess. I don't think we're in the ocean, dude. Theories of the Cambrian explosion. Did a bomb go up? No, it was an explosion. It was an explosion in biodiversity, resulting in an unprecedented growth in speciation. Roughly 500 million years ago, during what is known as the Cambrian period, research suggests that the variety of living organisms increased by an order of magnitude. Why that happened is, however, still something of a mystery. There are a number of theories. This book is most likely a collection of them. Must have been God. Snake! Micrographia, huh? Ah, yes, Robert Hooke's famous work, first published in 1665. He built a microscope and examined insects, inorganic substances, and other things too small to be seen in detail by human eyes. He then drew pictures of many of the things he'd examined and published them in a book. I'd hazard a guess that this shelf is concerned with natural sciences. Why did mankind lose their tails? Junpei, did you know why this one's about? It's truly unfortunate because there's a lot of people who would love to have tails. Who would like a tail? Just like you got a fluffy tail. I can move it around like a cat girl, man. The nutrients required to grow them were better put to use elsewhere. At least that's what I read. I was rather young. I may have remembered it incorrectly. Oh, why the hell would a kid reading a book like that? This book's called Introduction to Geology. Creatures of the South Seas, huh? What if this one's got pictures of colorful fish and stuff? Or penguins? Teletemperation and telepathy. What the hell is this one about? Well, I know that telepathy is, but I've never heard of teletemperation. It refers to having the ability to travel through time. This one says the golden rabbit and the moon on it. Does that mean it's about a rabbit that lives on the moon? Rabbits are pretty cute. What's the moon stuff about? It's talking about the Judas tree that is said to grow on the moon, according to Chinese legend. This book is called a mind swap. You mean you could, like, change bodies with someone? Well, I guess I wouldn't mind switching bodies with my brother or Junpei too much, but I'd rather die than let Seven switch with me. What the hell? Like, I'd even want to swap bodies with a little brat, like... Hey, were you just imagining it? You were! Shut up! Yeah, well, he wasn't the only one. Kitab al-Azif. Man, they've got some weird stuff here. I can't even pronounce this one. Who's that? Some famous guy? It's not a person's name. It's the name of a fictional book created by Abdul al-Hazret. It's said to be one of the sources used in the creation of the legendary Book of the Dead, the Necronomicon. Oh, so these are all occult books and stuff. An overview of photochemistry. I think whoever set this up wanted us to see the cover, not the spine. Let's look at it, okay? Well, it looks like there's a whole lot of space behind these books. Look, Junpei! I think there's something hidden behind the books. It's a light bulb. We found it. It's gotta be 1,500 lumens. What's that one called? It says Foundations of DNA and Genetic Engineering. Automated robot assembly line techniques, What's that? Some sort of comic book? Jeez, I guess boys really like that stuff. Huh? No, you're thinking of a different sort of robot. This book is talking about automated machinery that's used to build things like cars. Communication and computer science, huh? That's a pretty generic title. To be honest, it's so vague I don't really know what it might be about. Alright, let's go place the bulbs. It's a small enclosure with 9 slides. There are 3 of the things that look kind of like music stands. Maybe I put them on top of the stands. There we we go. And now I need the powerful lights. So 3 lights in here. I'm going to change these bulbs. Now they should Sheldrake 5. Awesome. It worked. Way to go, Junpei. Good job, buddy. There's something projecting on the bottom. These letters, they seem familiar. Alright, let's go to Sheldrake 5. Yeah, I want to hit Sheldrake number 5. Did I not trigger the knowledge? Sheldrake 5. Sheldrake. Junpei read the text out loud. I think I saw the rest of this collection somewhere. Yeah, I think it was somewhere around here. Let's go take a look. Okay. Seven and Clover walked off, leaving Junpei and Snake behind. Have you heard of him? Sheldrake, I mean. Junpei grinned. Yeah. Lotus told me about him. There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He had rather an interesting theory. The theory of morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance. Really? From Lotus, huh? Well, Clover also said something to me about that stuff. She did? Yeah. What was it? The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany. The other is danger. That girl. I told her not to tell anyone. You did? Why? Junpei's eyes narrowed. Look, man. I didn't push it because we're in the hurry, but I'm kind of sick of this. How about you just tell me, okay? Tell you what? Don't give me that. About the experiment. Snake's shoulders slumped and he shook his head slowly. He'd finally given up. Very well, fine. I'll tell you everything. But not here. Let's move to the top floor. Junpei nodded. With that, they climbed the stairs to the top floor. Snake was silent for a moment after they arrived, then finally crossed his arms and spoke. I suppose I might as well start by telling you why I kept quiet, and why I made sure Clover did as well. To be honest, the explanation is quite simple. Zero told me not to. I had little choice. He didn't walk up and tell me, of course. He gave me a message engraved on a card. Snake reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small, stiff piece of paper. So I was right that you were hiding something. It looked a good deal like the one he'd shown everyone on the central staircase. So you had 2 cards? No, only one. Huh? What do you mean? I thought the card just had some rules for the nunnery games on it. Yes, it did. And those are the rules I read you. However, they were not the only thing on the card. There was something I didn't read. Well, perhaps I should say, there was something I couldn't read. And that was... Tell no one of the events that took place 9 years ago. Tell and I activate your sister's detonator. Oh, well, Snake nodded. Well, what about Clover? Did she get a message from Zero too? I don't believe she did. Doesn't it strike you as strange that Zero would shut my mouth but not hers? Yeah, that does seem a little weird. To be on the safe side, however, I told her it was best not to tell anyone. Still, apparently she told you, that girl. What's wrong with her telling me? I figured some stuff out with the things she told me. I mean, it looks like the whole activate her detonator thing was just a bluff. She's prancing around downstairs, happy as a clam now that you're back. Snake glanced down at Clover and Seven, examining one of the bookshelves. That's very true. I've decided I can trust you. I've decided to tell you the truth. The chance that Santa is Zero is very high. I feel I can assume Santa doesn't have the time to observe us at the moment. And at any rate, even if he were, I very much doubt he would kill us. Why not? Clover told me about the 4-leaf clover, about the words. If he knew about that, then he was in my group during the first experiment. Dun dun dun! Lore! Let's add that to my notes. part of Snake's group an experiment. Alright. Add that in, that connection, that link. If he knew about that, then his group, I'm sure of it. He wouldn't kill us, no matter what the situation was. Snake paused and cocked his head, as though he was listening to something very far away. His face looked dark, as though something was weighing on him. Hey, Snake? Jubei wasn't quite sure what to say. Snake turned and looked at him. Yes, I know. You want to know what happened during the experiment? Yeah. How much do you know? What do we know? All right. What I know is that it happened 9 years ago. It was run by Cradle Pharmaceuticals. It featured 16 people abducted to test telepathy. You had a group of people in Nevada. You had a group of people on a boat. And a girl died. I think that's the quick summary, but chat. An ad break has just started, so we're gonna wait till this is done. Okay. Oh, YouTube! I'm neglecting YouTube chat. There we go. Hello, YouTube. Soon we'll have YouTube chat on screen. Everyone's gonna freak out whenever a YouTube message happens. That's what I know. Oh, and Ace. Actually, Junpei shouldn't know that Ace is the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. But then again, he did get the code, which was weird. So there's something going on. So I wonder how it manifested. How the morphological resonance manifested. How did he get the code to that? Yeah, this is fun. I'm glad we are finally seeing new story. All right, I'm gonna take a brief break. Be right back. I have returned. The ads just keep happening right at the big lore drops. Anyway, I've told you how much I know. Let's see how much Snake knows. The morphogenetic field in the experiments 9 years prior to that had dealt with it. How the experiment had taken place simultaneously at 2 locations, one being the ship and the other being a building in Nevada. How they play the nonary game. He told him everything. And finally told him how a girl had died during the experiment. Oh, she told you all that, did she? Snake looked down, his face was tight. A slight tremor shook his body and he tried to hide it. He was putting on a good front. But even Junpei could tell that he was holding back something deep and powerful. He made as if to brush something from his face and looked up at Junpei. At any rate, I know how much you've learned. All that remains for us to determine is who did this and why, right? Yes. Can you tell me what happened? Snake nodded slowly. The people who organized the initial experiment from a company called Cradle Pharmaceutical. There are 4 of them running the show. Gentaro Hongo, Nagisa Nijisaki, Teruaki Kubota, Kagichika Musashido. Hongo was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. Okay, that's Ace. Nijisaki was his right-hand man, did the lion's share of the planning. Kubota led the company's research and development division. Musashi, though, was the majority stockholder. Yep, and that's Cap. That's Cap right there. It was these 4 people who planned the initial experiment. Let me simplify it for you. Hongo designed it, and Nijisaki put it all together. Kubota developed the technology required, and Musashi, though, provided the cash. It was Hongo, Nijisaki, Kubota, Mashido, Musashi, though. Junpei couldn't shake the sense that he had heard those 4 names somewhere before. They're in the letter that you shouldn't have read. Of course, more than 4 people were required to conduct an experiment of this scale. To that end, they organized a top-secret team to assist them with the research. All in all, they gathered 10 people or so. Those 10 completed their team. They were able to begin the project. They named it the Nonary Project. The purpose of the experiment was to research the prospect of controlling a human mind through sheer will. The vessel, I suppose you could say, for this control is the morphogenetic field. Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize? Why did the crystal structure of EDT undergo a sudden change? Why did the rats improve their puzzle-solving skills with each generation? Experiments with humans produced the same results. The more people who knew the answer to a question, the more people there were who could answer correctly without having seen the problem before. Why? How? The answer is that the shape of the answer has been stored in a field invisible to the naked eye. And that field, the resonant event, transmits information related to that answer. That's essentially the idea behind morphogenetic fields. But that's just a theory. Can't bring yourself to believe it? Not really. Let's say someone killed another person because the devil told them to do it. Whether the devil exists or not has no relevance to the murderer. They believe the devil exists, whether or not he does is immaterial. So what matters here is that Hongo believed in the morphogenetic field? Snake nodded. But I still don't get it. You said they wanted to figure out how to control people, right? That is what you were saying. Yes. So how are they going to do that with a morphogenetic field? I'll keep it simple. Let's suppose 10,000 people have solved a certain problem. The chance of you knowing that answer, even if no one has told you, will go up. Let's have another example, shall we? Say 1 million people were to do a handstand right now. Okay, chat, get to it. Tomorrow, the chances of you doing a handstand would be higher, even if you had heard nothing of this hypothetical mass handstanding. Mankind's thought process and actions are all part of a resonant event. All the resonant events encoded in the field are projected onto you. Of course, this assumes you believe in this theory. Do you follow so far? Yeah. So let's say, hypothetically, that there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people. what would happen? If that one person were to do a handstand, other people would find themselves wanting to do handstands as well. Can you imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do? Come on, there's no way. I'm not done. Imagine another scenario. Imagine another person. This is an ordinary person. Let's say he does a handstand. What if there was someone who could grab the resonant event he created by doing that and use it to make other people do handstands? What would happen then? A person who has the power to write to the field and someone who could read from the same. You could think of them as the writer and the reader, or the transmitter and the receiver. What would the world be like if there were people with abilities like these? Jimmy thought about it for a moment. So the transmitter's resonant event can be transmitted through the field and sent to the receiver? And the transmitter can control the receiver however they wish. That's what you're saying, right? Yeah, it's close enough at least. Come on, that's just crazy. Well, if you want to prove that, then you'll have to test it first. At least that was how they thought. That was why they decided to do their experiment. That was how the nonary project began. Snake Study looked very serious. Junpei, have you ever heard of the Gansfield experiment? Junpei nodded. Yeah, that was an experiment in telepathy, right? They put a pair of subjects in separate rooms. And they'd show one of them a picture and ask the other one what they saw. Interesting, I'm impressed. Yes, that's exactly correct. So why did you bring up the Gansfield experiment? It was used to screen subjects for the nonary project. The hospital in a remote town was affiliated with Cradle Pharmaceutical. Hongo used it to conduct experiments on visiting children in secret. Some of them he found had potential. He began to gather children that showed promise, children that seemed as though they might be able to access the field. Of course, none of them volunteered. They were kidnapped. His face barely moved as he spoke. There were 9 pairs of siblings taken for 18 children total. For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, each pair had 1 transmitter and 1 receiver. They were split perfectly. As such, the 18 children were split into 2 groups of 9. The children were put in Group Q, were the ones who excelled at transmitting. They were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada desert. The children who excelled at receiving were put in Group A. The members of Group A were placed on the former hospital ship Gigantic. From the experiments he had conducted so far, Hongo had learned the following. There are 2 things that can increase one's resonance with the fields. The first is epiphany. The other is danger. Have you ever been faced with an especially difficult problem and thought about it very long and very hard until finally an answer suddenly appeared in your mind? It may seem obvious to say so, but that is what is meant by epiphany. The information obtained through that epiphany can be easily transmitted through the fields, where it can be easily interpreted. Adding danger to that equation... Yeah, we've gone off the rails, really. The fields where it can be easily interpreted. Adding danger to that equation allows for even easier field access. Therefore, Hongo set up a number of puzzles across the Gigantic. The participants had to solve each puzzle before they could move to the next room. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger. More specifically, he had detonated a bomb on the whole Gigantic. The children in Group A were forced to play the nonary game as the ship sunk. By forcing the children into a life-or-death situation, Hongo hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping into the fields. The children from Group Q, on the other hand, were confined to the mock experiment building, Building Q. Building Q duplicated the interior and the puzzles of the Gigantic exactly. So I'm guessing that's where we're at. Hongo explained the situation to the children in Group Q. Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. When you solve them, transmit that information to the children in Group A. If you succeed, they'll be able to solve the puzzles and escape. But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink and your brothers and sisters will drown. Do you know why the astronauts of Apollo 13 were able to return to Earth safely? Don't give me some magical wumbo jumbo. They returned to Earth safely via hard-working engineers working around the clock tirelessly to figure out problems. Because NASA had access to a replica of the Apollo 13 capsule. Okay, this is true. All the equipment, the instruments, everything, all of it identical. Now, this is intentional. This is intentional to have this. NASA was able to replicate the situation that astronauts were facing. By putting themselves in the same situation, they attempted to solve the problems they knew the astronauts were experiencing. Once they had found solutions, they reported their findings to the men aboard the actual capsule. That's how they're able to return safely. Yep. Okay, they didn't undersell it as magic. It was the same with the gigantic and building cube. The children from Group Q had to use the power of epiphany to solve the puzzles they found and transmit what they learned through the fields. The children in Group A, however, had to access the fields to learn how they might advance to the next stage. That is the simplest explanation I can manage. Snake sounded defeated. His half-hearted attempt at derision served only to show how much the story had affected him. Just as Junpei was about to speak. Hey, Junpei! Snake! How much longer are you two gonna sit around on those bony asses? Get down here already! Seven's voice echoed up from below. Snake took a deep breath and blinked rapidly, as if just waking up from a long nap. He's right. Let's go, shall we? We don't have much time. We need to get out of here, and soon. Snake headed for the stairs, but Junpei put out an arm to stop him. Hold it. There's one more thing I want to ask you. Are you sure that there were 18 kids? What? Well, I thought it was only 16. Oh yes, that was what they said on the news, wasn't it? Yes, I have no doubt that 18 children were abducted and used in Hongo's experiment. After all, you couldn't exactly play a notary game with any less, could you? Well, yeah, but... Are you saying that the news got it wrong? Yes, I am. There were 2 more children. However, they had no relatives that I'm aware of. I imagine no one filed a police report when they went missing. They were brother and sister like Clover and I. The brother's name was Aoi. Sister's name was... Her name was... Snake couldn't bring himself to continue. It looked as if he was about to say, brought him great pain. Her name was Akane! That was the girl who died. Wait, is this a coincidence? Junpei felt as if he had been punched in the stomach. His vision went blurry and his head felt light. He couldn't think straight. Everything was blank. Had Akane Kurashiki died... Well, how could she have died 9 years? She's here. She's here. Yeah, then who was June? Yeah. No, that was impossible. It couldn't be true. Akane wasn't an uncommon name. If Snake had known her last name, that would have been a different matter entirely. So they shared a name. There are many other people who did as well. It meant nothing. It was a different person. This is the logical explanation. It had to be. Other than we have a ghost on the ship. Junpei shook his head hard and pulled himself back to reality. Is something wrong, Junpei? Your breathing sounds strange. And Snake had noticed. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm. Oh no, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's get back down there, all right? Snake raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. He headed down the stairs, Junpei bringing up the rear. He couldn't bring himself to ask. He told himself he knew the answer already, but he couldn't bring himself to ask what the girl's last name had been. With every step he took, the cold, hard sound of feet against metal dug at his heart. Celdric, this is it. This is what the shadow picture is pointing to. I didn't say 5 at the end of the shadow picture. Guess I think we need to find the 5th volume. Oh, would you look at that? There's a big red button behind this book. I guess you should press this button. Press it. Oh! that sound? It sounded like something really big was moving. It came from the top floor. Alright, let's go check it out. There's a keyboard in front of the numbers. And there are 4 Roman numerals on the wall. It's got to be a hint of some sort. 13, 14, 10, and 13. Those are all Roman numerals. Do you think we just needed to put in the numbers from the wall on the keyboard? No, you can't. The keyboard doesn't have any number keys. You can't type in stuff like 3 or 4. That means... Well, I bet you gotta type something on the keyboard. Yeah, but you can only enter letters. It looks like you only enter 4 letters. Let's see how it works. I guess you need to hit enter once you type in the letters. You can erase what you type with clear. Okay, I got the basic operations. Let's give it a shot. Well, we're gonna be putting in some letters. For Roman numerals. Are we assumed to add these all together? So that'd be 40, 50, which would just be L, or XX, XXX. So what are the Roman numerals supposed to be? These Roman numerals, if you convert them to Arabic numerals, you'll have 13, 14, 10, and 13. True. This keyboard only has letters, and we can only enter 4 letters. Why don't you just convert the numbers to letters? Oh, is that what it wants me to do? I don't know off the top of my head what they are. So we got 13 M N. J L. Oh, it's a 13 again. M and J M. No. Yeah, M is the 13th letter. N is the 14th letter. A, B, C, D, E, F. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Yeah. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. So it's not that. Is it a hex code? Let's do it in hex, I guess. So 13 would be D E A D. You know, I knew that was right as soon as we put it in there. Yay! You did it, Junpei. It unlocked now. Good job, Junpei. Whoa there, don't get too excited. Password was dead, remember? Just makes me think whatever's waiting for us isn't good. So what? Jeez, you're such an old lady. We can't be worrying about stuff like that. I mean, come on, we got to unlock, didn't we? Let's go, hurry up. Alright, let's get this thing open. You found it! The door opened, and Junpei and the others leapt through it. But no sooner had they done so than the clang of metal on metal rang out behind them. They spun around. The door they'd just come through had slammed shut. Junpei grabbed hold of it with both hands and pulled with all of his strength. Damn it! Looks like it locks automatically. Is there any other way out? Well, there's another door over on the right. There's a card reader next to it. It's got a red light on it, though, so I'm pretty sure it's locked, too. But there is a card reader, right? Yeah. Then perhaps if we find a key card, we could open the door and leave. Well, yeah, that might work, but... Hey, wait a minute! Are you saying we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card? Oh, man. They took a second look at that room they found themselves in. This looks like Zero's workshop. It's filled with piles upon piles of all manner of things. The only word that could describe it was chaotic. It was like a tornado had passed through the followed by a giant who had picked up and shaken the entire room a few times. Junpei's heart fell. Clover and Seven looked as though they were about to cry. Well, we can sit down and wait to die if that's what you'd prefer. I'd rather doubt that, however, so it'd be wise to start looking. We haven't much time. Let's find that key card. Oh, and the Neptune key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it. Alright then. Let's begin. Seek a way out. Hey Junpei, isn't this a nautical table? Yeah, I feel like I've seen this before. This is all the shit that we have. The rust on here looks like Elvis's face. Yeah, how exciting. Does it look like Elvis's face? I don't see it. There's a control panel in front of the big stone. I wonder if any of these buttons do anything. There's something on the screen now. What's this? There are 15 cells here with numbers and letters in them. Let's see that. Oh, I see. So whenever you touch a cell, the ones next to it turn it on or off. You just gotta use that to make the all cells on the right and the bottom go green. Hey Junpei, I found this piece of paper under that thing. You wanna take a look at it? Do you think this might have something to do with the puzzle? It's a piece of paper Clover gave me. There are a bunch of numbers and letters connected by equal signs on it. Just like she said, this is probably all related to the puzzle on the screen somehow. Thanks, Clover. This really helps. Alright, let's go back and try again. Anyway, it looks like I just need to make all the cells all green. Okay. So 1 plus 15 plus 5 is 21. So 9 plus B is 20, so this just needs to be a 1. So I need 9, and so I need the bottom right done. Like that. To make that work. I need all the middle ones working. And then the top, I need all of them. Okay. I need the top left out. Okay, so this is just confident. So I need the top left and the bottom middle out. We're close. We're close. Welcome back, Tank. I'm trying to get the top left out and the bottom middle out. Which is tough. Damn. I'm always one off. You always end up using a solver? No, I'll get it. I'll definitely get there. There's all of them on. Oh, wait, oh, yeah. The middle one's a bitch. I'm probably just gonna happenstance upon the solution here. Let's reset it. They're really inconvenient places where they need to be. There is a strategy. I need to inverse this. That pesky one. You did this via vibes? Yeah. It's a really difficult pattern. Probably gonna get this. Yeah. So I can get it within one very easily. I need to set it up so I do think hitting all of that is the correct play. Oh wait, we got it. Okay, we found the solution. You did it, Junpei! You're so smart! Yeah! You seem to have done an excellent job and solved the puzzle. Just what I would have expected of you, Junpei. It's like 4 moves. Hey, come on, you're embarrassing me. Whoa. Whoa, don't get cocky, kid. We don't got time for that. Look at this. Check out the right edge of the control panel. The lid slid open and something came out. It's a shield. Alright, put the emblems into the 4 indentations on the desk, but... Huh? Nothing's happening. Wait, what's Snake doing? I feel symbols engraved just above each indentation. On the upper left is the steering wheel symbol. On the upper right is the cross symbol. On the bottom left, the mysterious circle symbol. And lastly, the waffle pattern is engraved near the bottom right indentation. Additionally, each symbol seems to have been given a number. Alright. Perhaps we need to insert the emblems in this order. That order, huh? So I need more symbols. The monitor's part of this machine. It's really dim though. It's got a map of the world on it, but I can barely see it. It's a sliding panel, just like the last one. I wonder if there's a plate with an emblem engraved on it here. Junpei, there's a wheel over here. Oh, that should work like the steering wheel. Steering? No, I'm too poor for that. Stealing? That might solve my money problems, but I'd rather not. Oh, right. You were in the chart room, weren't you? There's a puzzle like this in the wheelhouse. You figure out how this one works just by looking at that compass. Figure this thing will work just like that other one. The other one? The important part is this nautical table we just found. I just have to match up the directions of the compass with the lines of the nautical table. I used the steering wheel in the wheelhouse, but this time I think I'm going to use the wheel attached to the side here. Okay, then show me now. Of course. Maybe I ought to run through the instructions. This looks like it probably works the same way the steering wheel in the wheelhouse did. If I just touch the direction I want it to turn to, the compass will turn that direction. Then I just gotta press stop and the compass is pointing where I want it to. I'm betting something will happen if I can do it right. Alright, let's do this. Alright, so we got south. West. Southeast. Northeast. East. North. East. Yay, you did it, Junpei! Good boy. Who's a good boy? Why are you talking to me like a dog? Hey, we don't have time for screwing around right now. Check out the right side of the monitor. It just kind of slid open and something came out. Oh yeah. I heard a noise too. You know that big box in the hall by the exit? I think it made a noise. Like something unblocking, you know? Noise, huh? Ooh. Let's see what happens when I... Whoa, well now we've got something on the screen at least. Huh? What is this? Oh, wait a minute. I saw something like this when I figured out that Morse code puzzle back in the communications office. Morse code? Yeah. The dots on here look like dits of for Morse code. There's 2 dots on the first line, 4 second, and 1 on the last. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, perhaps you should give it a shot anyway. Alright, I'll try. Before I do, though, maybe I ought to run through the instructions. If I just tap the button, I'll enter a dit. If I hold the button down, I'll enter a dash. Once we enter our answer, it'll automatically determine if it was the correct answer or not. Alright, let's do this. What? So it's different than what's on the thingy. I need to find some information on this. Metal shutter looks pretty sturdy. It's framed with black and yellow warning stripes. Alright, let's open it. Oh, holy shit. That's pretty damn creepy. There's a coffin in there. A coffin. A coffin? Oh man, the seventh thing. Yeah, he's all pale. He's thinking the same thing I am. No way. Could this be? I'm sorry, but what's going on? It's a coffin! I wonder if there's a vampire in it. Right, I guess Clover and Snake don't know the story. Man, I can bring myself to tell them. Well, at any rate, let's have a look around. No plaque on the coffin. Snake's touching it. All eyes. Ah, the two machines. Oh, holy shit. Man, this is serious. Well, let's open it, shall we? Clover, if you could give me a hand. Okay, I got it. Really? 3, 2, 1. Ha! Ugh. No luck. It doesn't seem to be ready to open. Yeah, but it's not like it's screwed shut or something. Yes, I believe it's locked in some other way. Hey, Seven, you think you could open it up with your superhuman strength? No, What's wrong? I think I'll just pass on this one, okay? What the heck? Very well, we'll just have to give up the coffin for now. Let's look around the room a little more, shall we? Ada sleeps in a small chamber past the force of knowledge beneath the navel of the gigantic. Is that actually true? There are piles of crap everywhere. Man, this place is a mess. It's so messy, I don't know where to start. Some of this crap looks familiar. I think a lot of these are parts of the puzzles we've solved in the other rooms. If that's true, then this room could be Zero's laboratory. Perhaps Zero would shut himself in this room to devise the machines and puzzles he'd need to see his plan come to fruition. Just a pile of junk. Something written on these pieces of paper. Looks like we've got 3 sheets of the stuff. New material. I haven't read a file in a long time. So we gotta put in, a word. So it either ends in E. You know what? Let me just, I'm okay. I'm just gonna pull up a Morse code list, a Morse code chart. Let me make sure it matches. Yeah, it matches. Okay. So the first letter can either be an A, N, an A or an N, A, I, M, N. Yeah, A, I, M, or N. The last letter can be an E or a T.
No?
And then the second letter can be a lot of stuff. B, C, F, H. I'm gonna try putting in ace. So where that's supposed to go here has 3 letters. It's got 3 lines. I think each letter is 1 letter. I see. Well, if that is the case, then perhaps the letters you need are made up of 2 symbols. 4 symbols and 1 symbol, respectively. After all, isn't that what you just said? Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. Yep. Yep. Am I gonna get a first try? Damn, it's not ace. Okay. So B, C, F, G, H. J, L. P, Q. U, V, X, Y, Z. That's like everything. We got Abe, we got Ace, we got Affy, Age. I wonder if I need more information. Let's write out possible words out of this. So we've got, assuming A is the last word, we got Abe, Ace, Affy, Age, Ai, Ajay, Ale, Ape, Avi, Axe, Axe, I think that's it for that. Then we've got some... For a T in the last word, we're starting with A. We've got act, aft, alt. I think that's it for that. Then moving on to an I in the first letter. We got ice. You know what, let's put it ice. Ice is a pretty good one. That's thematic. Yo! I see, it seems you have solved the puzzles, Junpei. Excellent work. The answer was ice. How did you know? All I had to do was listen to the sounds the machine made at that machine. After that, it was a trivial matter to decode them. Ah, yes. I believe I heard a noise from somewhere on the right of the device after you solved it, the puzzle. It sounded rather the... Oh yeah, because the other puzzle said all, and now this one says ice. And that makes sense. You see anything that could have made that noise? That's true. Oh yes, one more thing. I heard a sound from behind the shutter. Perhaps the coffin is unlocked now. What? Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, fine, I'll open it. Okay, Junpei, you can do this. It's just a box. It's just a box. Oh, holy shit, this is a coffin. There's gonna be something horrible in there. I just know it. Okay. Deep breaths. Here we go. Okay. She's not in there. Oh, man, there's nobody in there. Shit, can't believe I was scared of something like that. What do you mean nobody? Were you expecting someone to be in there? It's a long story. Ask Junpei about it sometime. Which, like Sam said, there's nobody in there. But is there an emblem on the bottom? There is something in there, though. Well, two somethings, actually. What is that? There are two things on the bottom of the coffin. Looks like we've got a plate with an emblem on it. The Neptune key! Yes, we finally found it! Now we can get through the hallway. That's correct, Clover, but we do need to get out of this room first, you know? Yeah, I know. Okay, let's get the hell out of here as quickly as possible. I don't have any objections to that. I don't think we'll use the Neptune key in this room. It's really important, though, so I'll keep it in my pocket for now. As far as this other thing goes... Yeah. Alright, let's go put them in the machine. Put the bandage in, but nothing happening. The annotations are numbered 1 through 4. There are symbols for a steering wheel. Steering wheel, cross, weird circle, and some kind of waffle. Okay. Right. Whoa! Well, now we've got something on the monitors, at least. Well, what's that? Looks like some kind of puzzle. What if these are the rules? Here, I'll read them to you. When you touch a numbered area, that area will be selected and it will turn blue. To indicate this, touching a numbered ball after selecting an area will cause that ball to be moved to that area. However, you cannot move the red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls into a single area. Press the check button once you have moved all the balls except for the red ones, but you cannot move. The digital route to the balls in an area must match the number for that area. That's it. Do you mean practice makes perfect? Hey, let's see you solve the next one, then you can make fun of me. I can't see. Seriously, to add them all together? Alright. Well, it's actually pretty easy. So we just do 8-1 here. 2-7 here. Oh wait, no, never mind. 3 here. 6 here. 4 here. So this will be 8. Gives us a delta of 1. I'm a genius. Okay, this is it, right? But nothing's happening. There are still 3 more indentations left empty. I imagine something will happen when they are all filled. Doesn't that seem likely? Yep. I think next is the cross. We got another puzzle. Hey, Junpei, something just showed up on the screen. This puzzle sure looks like a lot like the last one. Yeah, but there's more than those red balls you can't move. The numbers for each area are different, too. Looks like it's got the same rules as the last one, though. You sure you don't want to double check that? No, I'll be fine. If I get confused, I can just look at the screen over there, right? Anyway, like they say, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Let's give it a shot. Isn't that a picture's worth 1,000 words? Hey, shut it! At least I'm trying all right. Alright, well now we can't use the 1, and we gotta make a 1 and a 7. Shoot! I have to back up what I did. The game's like, okay, Kiara, you're so smart. Do it again. How about you do it again? Okay, I can do it again. So, let's see. I mean, this works. That's 1 and that's 7. Why doesn't this work? Does it need to be split up into 3 and 4? Is it maybe I need a minimum of 3. So let's swap the 5, 2, 3 and the 6, 4. Okay, that's what it is. Yeah, I guess it works like the reds. That's awesome, Junpei. There's only 2 left now. You can do it. Let's put in the emblem of the secret code. Damn, this puzzle looks a lot like the last one. Looks like the rules are the same, though. Do you think you should double check it? Come on, this is the 3rd time I've done this. It'll be fine. This, if you can't think of anything clever, please don't strain yourself. You might hurt something. Or shut up. Just give me a break, alright? I'll think of something. Now we can't use the 3. So one of them needs to be 16. And the other is not 16. Or they both need to make 16. Because 15, 25, 32. Yes, they both need to add up to 16. So that means the 8 and the 7 are separated. Then let's see. This one needs to get 8. This one needs to get 9. See, I can logic it out. You're the only one left. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Let's see what happens when I put the emblem of the coffin into this indentation. Is it going to be the same puzzle again? Yep. Once we solve this puzzle, I'm sure something will happen. Alright, I'll solve it in no time. Huh? Where did that noise come from? I got you, game. You can't pull a fast one on me. Where did that noise come from? Underneath the keyboard? Way to go, Junpei. You answered all the questions. Damn, Junpei. Good job. Did you hear something just now? Yes, I heard that as well. From the bottom left corner of the desk, I believe. Well, I knew it was impossible to get them both to work. A picture? The drawer was a single picture. He picked it up. It's a photograph of 4 men. Involuntarily, Junpei's eyebrows shot up. He'd seen 3 of them before. On the right was a man with a mustache, the same man they'd found murdered in the captain's quarters. He'd been wearing the 0 bracelet when they found him. Second from the left was a man wearing glasses and a doctor's coat. He was the 9th man. The one who'd worn bracelet number 9. He had gone to door 5 alone and met an unpleasant end. Finally, the man on the very left, the man in the pinstripe suits. Oh man, that's Ace. Yeah, I guess it is. No doubt about it. Seven and Clover had come to peer over Junpei's shoulders. But what did it mean? What was Ace doing in the picture? I guess the other guy is Mr. X. Perhaps more importantly, why were the 9th man and Cap in it as well? As Junpei looked closer, he noticed the expression on each man's face. Their smiles suggested that they were close, at least to some degree. But why? How? What was the relationship between these 4 men? Snake's voice broke into Junpei's thoughts. You say Ace is in that picture? Yeah. Doesn't look like it was taken recently, though. Ace, the 9th man, and Cap all look about 10 years younger. Ah, so the 9th man and the man you found murdered in the captain's quarter are also in the picture? Yeah. Is there anyone else? Or are there only 3 people in the picture? I'm afraid I can't see it. No, there's one more guy. He's got kind of long hair. He looks smart, but a little cold. He's the only one I don't recognize. This must be Mr. X. What's the date of this photograph? Doesn't have one. Do you look on the back? The back? Yes, the reverse, the other side. Junpei flipped the picture over. There it was. To be precise, it wasn't a date, but it was certainly significant. He read out loud so that Snake would not be left in the dark. Praying for the success of the Nonary project. With Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido. All right, in my notes. What do these names mean in JP? Literally, I'd have to see the kanji. Kubota is yeah, Niji Saki. Yeah, these could all be a lot of different things. Kubota probably has a rice field at the end of it. Nonary project, Nijisaki, Kubota. Musashido. Junpei immediately flipped the picture back over. That meant that the 4 men in the picture had run the Nonary games 9 years ago. Only Hongo had not been mentioned on the back when Junpei felt. But he had written those words himself. But what surprised Junpei was not this revelation, but the fact that it felt nothing like a revelation. It felt obvious. That their true identities did not come as a surprise was what Junpei found most surprising. Why then? Why wasn't he surprised? Junpei had just discovered that Ace had run the Nonary project, but he felt no spark of excitement or surprise. Nothing. It's almost as if he'd already known. Are all of the loops that we have done canon? Ah, of course, I understand now. Junpei looked over at Snake in his own confusion. He had missed the dark look on the other man's face. Ace was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. He was the one who invented the game 9 years ago. He was Gentaro Hongo. Ace is Hongo? Even as he asked, Junpei felt as though he'd already known. As if someone had whispered into his head that yes, of course Ace was Hongo. I had my suspicions from the beginning. Their voices were familiar, too familiar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. It was the voice of the devil. I couldn't be sure, though. After all, I had no way to check. I certainly couldn't ask him. Even if I had known, however, I would never have told you. Zero made it quite clear that what would happen if I did. Oh my gosh, I had no idea. I didn't know that Ace was Hongo. Oh yes, I suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago, you were in Building Q in Nevada. But Hongo was in the Gigantic with us. I know. That's why I didn't know what Hongo looked like. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right? You could have told me. I'm sorry. I apologize for keeping this from you. But if I had told you, Clover, you would have told everyone else, and if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago. I had to prevent that. Clover and Snake's conversation wasn't of particular interest to Junpei. He still couldn't make sense out of his strange feelings of knowledge. He was trying to organize his thoughts when he heard Seven's voice. Hey, Junpei, you think I could borrow that picture for a sec? He had no reason to say no, so Junpei handed the picture over. Seven stared at the picture and began to mutter the 4 names of the project's leaders over and over to himself. Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashi-do. His brow was furrowed and his face was flushed. Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashi-do. He chanted their names to himself, pacing back and forth across the floor. Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashi-do. Seven shouldn't have known their names. After all, he hadn't been there when Junpei and Snake had spoken of them in the library. But as Junpei watched him pace, it was clear that he did know them. Hey, Seven, do you? Shut it! Just be quiet! His eyes were red, and Junpei could see sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. I'm this close to remembering. This close! He was sweating heavily now, but his lips were dry. Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashi-do. Cradle Pharmaceutical. Notary Project. Then he stopped. Seven set down the picture and looked in the red light near his feet. His eyes narrowed. Then suddenly his eyes went wide and he shot up straight. Shit. What? What's wrong? Holy shit. This is nuts. What's nuts? I remember. Remember what? Everything. Yeah, I remember all of it. My memory's back. I remember what happened before I got snatched. Let me tell you what happened. Seven hastily drew a shaking hand across his mouth. Like Snake said, Ace is Hongo. From the right, the other 3 are Musashi-do, Nijisaki, and Kubota. Musashi-do was the man with the cash, Nijisaki was Hongo's right-hand man, and Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiments. Realization began to dawn on Junpei along with a pressing question. How do you know all this? Come on, man, I told you I finally got my memory back. No, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to ask you why you knew all this stuff in the first place before you forgot it. Seven rubbed a scar on his chin. You really want to know? Of course. Me too. Snake was the only one who didn't voice any sort of agreement. He looked at Junpei as if he was simply waiting to see where Seven's sudden recovery might take them. That's gonna take a while. Hell, it'll probably take me a good 3 days to tell you everything. Well, we don't have 3 days. Just give us the short version, alright? Short version, huh? Big man pulled off his hat and scratched his head. He made a face and put his hat back on. Alright, fine. I'll give it a shot. No promises, though. Junpei and Clover nodded earnestly. Seven was a lone wolf detective who valued his own code over the rules, doing what was right over doing what you were told. That was why on that fateful day he'd gone with his guts and gone to the wharf at night on a slim lead. It was 9 years ago. The wharf had been dark and cold and foreboding. At the time, he'd been investigating a spate of kidnappings, all of them children. They'd all had one thing in common, a history of visits to one particular hospital. The hospital bed had been under the management of Cradle Pharmaceutical. In Seven's investigation, it turned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in the kidnappings. After a little persuasion, he'd managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle Pharmaceutical. They told him that night, a ship was set to take the children from where they were being held to a large passenger liner docked offshore. Seven had, of course, gone to the wharf. Hidden in the shadows, he'd searched the harbor until at last he found the ship he was looking for. There were a number of human shapes moving near the ship. There were men in black suits, many of them were carrying large bags. The bags, there was something about the way they moved as they were There could be no mistake. There are human beings in those bags. He had moved before he even realized he was going to. Out of the shadows he came, his gun already in his hand. He heard the words, "Don't move," but they weren't his. He felt metal touch the back of his head. "Drop your gun," came the cold voice from behind him. "I could kill you right now. It would mean nothing at all. I'd only tie an anchor to your feet, and I doubt anyone would see you for perhaps a week or so. Is that what you like? The fish here would be thankful for the meal." With the words, he felt the cold metal thing behind him press against his skull. Then suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. A needle. Was it some sort of drug? When he was thinking about that, Seven felt his face hit the cold concrete beneath him. He could feel the chill of it seeping into him. Ugh, damn it, shit, my head hurts. Seven woke up to find himself lying on a hard floor. He twisted his neck to peer around the room. Where am I? There's a small shabby bed and a dirty sink. A toilet with no stall or privacy of any sort. As a cop, it was a place Seven had seen all too often. I think we've read all this. I'm in a cell, huh? Opposite the toilet was a door set into the wall. Seven struggled to his feet and hobbled toward it. He gave the door a good shove, then another, then tried pulling it. It didn't open. Well, that was about what he'd expected. It wasn't likely that someone would put him in a cell only to leave it unlocked. He threw himself against the door a few times, but to no avail. I knew it, Seven grumbled to himself as he moved. Back toward the bed, he sat down. He sat there for a very long time. Just how long, he wasn't sure. At last, he began to nod off and had nearly fallen asleep when he was roused by a distant voice. There's over. It's 9. The voice was far away, very far away. Seven couldn't understand what it was saying. Nonetheless, it was a voice and a high one, most likely a child. His eyes shot open. Oh, there, Kate. As he listened, he could pick out several different distinct voices. There were at least 5 or 6, possibly more. Where were the voices coming from? He looked around the room frantically. Yeah, it's in the vent. Perhaps the door? No, that wasn't it. What? Was it coming from the left? Was it coming from under the bed? Grabbed the bed and flipped it up with ease. There it was. There was a hole for ventilation in the wall where the bed had been covered with it. Seven lay down on his stomach and peered through the grate. He couldn't see anything. It was too dark. Now that he'd found it, however, there could be no doubt this was the source of the voices. For a moment, he was confused. Why were there children nearby? Then he remembered what the man from Cradle Pharmaceutical had told him. How a ship would take the kidnapped children from the wharf to a waiting passenger line around the ocean. Was Seven on that passenger liner? Didn't matter. What mattered was that he find a way to the children. Seven looked at the metal grate. Could he fit through that hole? He stuck his fingers through the grate and grabbed hold of it. Yeah, how do you like that, you son of a bitch? The dark square sat open before him. Seven wiped the sweat from his forehead and crawled inside. The first section of the duct was small. Seven could do little more than wriggle along on his belly. After time, however, it got a little larger, and even someone as large as Seven was able to crawl along on his hands and knees. He felt like he'd grown from an inchworm to an insect. Not much of an improvement, but it was better than nothing. He began to wonder where the duct would take him when there was a thunderous sound like a massive metal door slamming shut. Then he heard a voice. Warning! Warning! The emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeats, the emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. The voice wasn't harsh, but something about the calm with which it spoke made it even more terrifying. Seven wasn't sure what it meant, but incinerator certainly didn't sound good. Then, almost as if to confirm his suspicions, he heard a chorus of young voices. No! Help me! Many of the voices were simply screaming in terror, mixing with one another to create a single horrifying howl. Damn it! What the hell's going on here? Seven began to crawl along the duct as fast as his arms and legs would carry him. The noise he made was tremendous, but he was long without skin ring. few moments later, a metal door appeared on the left side of the duct. Seven could hear the screams of the children from the other side of it. This was it. He grabbed hold of the handle and threw the door open. The old metal gave way easily before this onslaught. What the hell is this place? The room he was looking out into had a dome for a ceiling and 9 equally sized walls. The top of the dome was an upside-down funnel. It looked almost like a chimney. Then he looked down. There they were, the children he'd been looking for. They stared up at Seven, their cries silenced for the moment by surprise and fear. Whether they were scared of the room or him, Seven couldn't tell. It was certainly possible that they were frightened of both. Not that I could blame him. Running into a mug like this when they're already scared shitless? He permitted himself a short snort of a laugh and then turned to the children again. Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. Not a single one of them moved. Except for one. Here's a boy. Is that? Is that Santa? Who the hell are you? Oh, that's Santa, all right. As he spoke, he took a tentative step toward and gave Seven a suspicious look. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. The moment the words were out of his mouth, you could see the children relax. How are you going to help us? The boy in the uniform asked. Where's the exit? Seven responded. There isn't one. The doors we came in through won't open, and the door over there? He cut himself off, considered something, and then continued. Anyway, there's no point. We can't all get out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're going to be burned to death. Burned to death? Can't you hear it? That voice said the incinerator is going to start up soon. The voice spoke again. Ooh. Automatic incineration will take place in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. They only had 15 minutes. Seven looked back down at the children. It was a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. There's no way you could pull the children up. That was when he had an idea. Wait right there. I'm going to be right back. What? Where's he going? Are you just going to leave us here? Seven did his best to smile, but he felt it was a reassuring smile. Don't worry, all right? I'll be back, I promise. Is he going to go get the sheets from the bed? He didn't want to hear them wait till there wasn't time. He ran as fast as the man could run on his hands and knees. Before long, he was back in his cell. He was back where he had started, but he had a plan. There was something there that he needed. As soon as he was finished, he drove back into the duct and took off toward the incinerator. Sorry to keep you waiting, guys. Liz leaning out of the door in the duct. Seven lowered the rope he'd brought to the floor of the incinerator. Back in the cell, he'd torn the bed sheets into strips and tied them together to make a rope. Like Seven himself, it wasn't very attractive, but it got the job done. Wow! What shade? Wow! Alright, just tie that around yourself, okay? I'll pull you up one at a time. It's just everybody's dunking on him like he's Lanky Kong or something. Huh? Wait a sec. That was when he noticed. There are more of you before. Where did the rest of you go? The boy in the uniform answered. I let them go on ahead. We opened the number 9 door and they left. What, you're telling me you opened that door? That's what I said. Then what the hell are you doing here? We couldn't go with them. Why not? Look, the only people who can go through that numbered door... Automatic incineration will take place in 5 minutes. The voice reverberated against the walls of the room. Look, that can wait, all right. Just get us out of here. Right. Seven grabbed a hold of the rope. First up was a girl with a ponytail. Next was the girl with a red necktie, followed by a boy in a jacket who said he'd climb up on his own. Last up was the boy in the uniform. Like the boy in the jacket, he climbed up the rope himself. He looked scrawny from above, but his looks belied impressive strength. He scaled the rope quickly, but as he was almost to 7... Have any of you ever done the rope climb in gym class? They heard the sound of someone knocking. All eyes turned to the door. It's really hard. I couldn't do it. We also had the pegs. I remember doing the rope climb, the pegs, and I was like, I don't got upper body strength. What? And like, I need to do the pegs to get a passing grade. This sucks. Cut into was a thick square window. On the other side, they could see a furious face. God damn, what's going on here? Why is this room empty? Where the hell are those effing kids? Remember, chat, for $1,000, I cannot censor the F word. The door opened and a man stepped in, looking half mad with fury. Seven recognized his face. He'd seen him many times in photos during his investigation. The man's name was Gentaro Hongo. God, look at the pinstripe suit and the fedora and the trench coat. He's got it all. Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope. Grrrr! He roared like an animal and lunged for the rope. Hurry! I know. The boy in the uniform resumed to scramble up the rope. You son of a bitch! Get back here, you little shit! He was 15 feet away. 10. The moment he came within arm's reach, Seven grabbed the boy in the uniform. With a jerk, he tossed him into the duct behind him. Ah, no! Hongo had lost any semblance of control. His face no longer looked human. It was twisted into something terrifying, the visage of a devil, of a ferocious monster. Seven quickly reeled in his rope, leaving a furious Hongo on the floor of the room, and crawled back into the duct. You effing bastard! You won't get away with this! How dare you compromise this experiment? What experiment? Seven wondered. Automatic incineration will take place in 1 minute. Hey, old man, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up! It was the boy in the uniform. Seven tossed Hongo a taunting salute and pulled the door closed. There's no point to going back to Seven's cell as they continued down the duct in the other direction. After 30 feet or so, another duct met theirs, heading down. They nodded at one another, then turned and slid down the duct. A short time later, they crawled out of the duct to find themselves in a narrow hallway. There's a door on each side of it. The one on the left was a normal double door, but the one on the right was a familiar, thick metal door with black and yellow stripes and a device next to it on the wall. On the door was a plate that read incinerator. Then that's where we were? Yeah. Hongo might still be there. Looks like it's been shut off, though. Wait, what? If he's still in there? Yeah, that's not good. Ugh. Seven grunted. Fine, the other door. Go into the other door. Hurry. The children began to run with Seven following close behind them. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase. Run! Seven shouted. They didn't need to be told twice. Up and up, and up they went. Their feet pounded against the steps and their arms churned in the air. Round and round and round they went, like a human tornado. The stairway kept going. They passed a couple of rooms that looked to be dance halls when the boy in the uniform spoke. Something's up. Akane's not catching up to us. Is this... oh, okay. So, Aoi... Oh, it's all coming together. Santa must be Aoi. My kid's sister, yeah. The girl. So wait. So if Akane died, how the heck is she here? In the present. Akane? That was strange. Seven didn't remember seeing that name in the list of children who'd gone missing. Hey, Akane. He cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled. There was no response. Maybe we outran her. Suddenly, the boy in the uniform stopped short. Seven stopped too, as did the boy in the jacket and the ponytailed girl. When did we do that? Well, we passed a couple big rooms on the way here. Maybe she took a rest on one of them. No, that's impossible. Sorry, Grandpa, you keep going. I gotta go look for her downstairs. He turned to go. Hey, kid, wait! God damn it, I said wait! The boy didn't even seem to hear him. F! Seven spun around and yelled to the boy in the jacket and the girl with the ponytail. I'm going after him. You two keep going, alright? You got it? Tank, you want to get into a call and say the F word whenever it pops up? The girl nodded and began to run up the stairs. The boy, however, I'm going with you. Seven didn't have time to argue. Instead, he simply nodded and took off down the stairs. The boy in the jacket followed. They ran all the way to the bottom floor, calling for her. Akane was nowhere to be found. God damn it, where the hell did she go? The boy in the uniform couldn't hide his frustration. Help me! Somebody help me! It was the girl's voice. Akane! The boy in the uniform threw open the door and leapt into the hallway that faced the incinerator. 7 and the boy in the jacket followed. 7 couldn't believe what he saw. Hongo had grabbed Akane by the arm and was doing his utmost to force her into the incinerator. Come on, goddammit, move! No, I don't want to. Let me go! Please let me go. She had planted her feet squarely on the floor and was doing her best to get away, but Hongo was much larger than she was. She wasn't going to win. Akane! The boy in the uniform shouted. He roared with anger and charged toward Hongo. You come back! You came back! You're too late, idiot. Hongo lifted Akane bodily from her feet and threw her, struggling, into the incinerator. Yeah! Before 7 or the boy in the uniform could react, Hongo leapt through the door after her. They saw him land inside. And then the door slammed shut with the finality of a great steel guillotine. The 3 of them ran to the door. They pulled and strained, trying desperately to get it to open. Grah! F! It's no use! The goddamn thing won't move an inch! The boy in the uniform cried out and began to slam his fists against the door. We could do it with TTS. You just gotta cheer 100 bits and say the F word, okay? He hit it with such force, 7 feared his knuckles would shatter from the impacts. Alright, I'm counting on you, chat, for the next time it happens. Akane! Akane! Are you okay? Help me! Her voice was muffled by the door, but the sheer terror in it was unmistakable. What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here. Where's Hongo? He went out the other door. What? Warning. Warning. The emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Oh, they reset the timer. Repeat. The emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Are you? Here we go. Will chat be able to get the bits in time? Are you?
The F word.
Kidding me. 7 was at a loss. It's the same damn thing. Are you there? Akane's voice sounded close to tears. Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, all right. We're gonna figure out a way to save you. If she could have seen the bloodless face on the boy in the uniform, his words would have seemed like more than a sick joke. Thanks for that, biddies. Automatic incineration will take place in 17 minutes. Please, please help me. I'm really, really scared. I don't want to die. Please, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. It's gonna be all right. I'll figure something out. I promise. I promise, okay? You hear me? I promise. They could hear muffled sobs from the other side of the door. The boy in the uniform tightened his fists. His knuckles were a bloodless white. 7 could tell that he was holding back tears of his own. It was silent. All they could hear was the creaking of the boat as it shifted in the water. They waited and waited, but 7 didn't continue. What happened then? Junpei couldn't wait any longer. Remember, we only had an hour left of time? He had to know. 7 looked at the floor. Come on, man, put yourself in my shoes. It doesn't end good. You think I want to remember that? Then, yeah. Shit, if I'd known it was going to be like this. I almost wish I hadn't remembered. 7 shook his head. But there was something Junpei had to know. Are you sure? Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, did that girl Akane really? 7 stared straight ahead at nothing. Yeah, I'm sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended. We heard something burning. Even after the fire stopped, they couldn't move. 7 and the boy in the jacket simply stood where they were, frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed, falling to the floor in a jumble of limbs like a puppet whose strings had been cut. A few more minutes passed. The door opened. The boy in the uniform ran in, stumbling over his own feet. 7 and the boy in the jacket followed, still too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made Seven's lungs feel like they were on fire. The air shimmered with heat, and in the middle of the room, beneath the waves of heat, there it lay. The boy in the uniform walked toward it, his legs shaking violently. Seven couldn't see his face, but his body looked somehow empty. Finally, he reached it. The boy collapsed to his knees, his legs no longer able to support him. Junpei felt a cold lump form in the pit of his stomach. A feeling of sickening anticipation washed over him. He could feel his body shivering. He desperately did not want to know the answer he feared he knew already, but he had to ask. He had to know for sure. Can I ask you one more thing? What? The girl, Akane. What was her last name? What does it matter to you? Just tell me, okay, please. Seven looked at Junpei curiously and ran his tongue quickly over his dry lips. Kurashiki. So did she actually not die? And she managed to escape and like go into hiding or something? Her name was Akane Kurashiki. Something inside of Junpei stopped. He had no, I mean, well, she's walking around just fine. He had no more words left. He had no more Junpei left. He was just a shell of flesh and bone. Seven turned to Snake. You were there that day, weren't you? The tall kid in the jacket? That was you, wasn't it? Yes, I was. You are correct, Detective. Junpei's mind was blank, withdrawn from the world. Somewhere far away, he could hear Seven and Snake talking. Don't misunderstand me. I told you before how Zero threatened me. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago. So you're saying you're not working for Zero, right? Of course not. Clover, what about you?
Hey, come on. You really think I'm working with Zero? I told you before, you idiot, I was in Nevada and building Q. I did hear that a detective rescued the kids on the boat, but I didn't know it was you.
Her surprise seemed to be genuine. Seven regarded Clover for a moment and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Well, I guess I believe you. Clover nodded. All right, let me ask you another question. He stuck his hands into his pockets and took a few steps. Then he stopped and turned to face them again. Santa's real name is Aoi Kurashiki. He's Akane's brother. You know that?
No, I didn't. Did you?
Well, yes, I know Aoi Kurashiki was her brother. I didn't know he was Santa, at least not from the beginning. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of puberty. His voice is entirely different now. I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection. It's like people listening to my old voice. As such, I had no reason to think Santa was Aoi. When did you figure it out? A short time ago, Clover told me that Santa might have been one of the subjects of the initial experiment. And when she told me that, I had a feeling. Santa is Aoi? Akane Kurashiki? June's brother? That spark caught flame in Junpei's leaden mind, and the fog began to clear. Like an engine beginning to turn, images and thoughts began to coalesce in his mind, coming faster and faster, forming bigger images, bigger thoughts. Junpei blinked. He was back. There's still a lot we don't know. I mean, like, a lot. But there's one thing I think we can say we know. What's that? The body we found in the shower room had to be Nijisaki dressed up to look like Snake. What? Come on, man, what kind of detective are you? You didn't figure that out already? Hey, go easy on me, man. I just got my memory back, alright? Cut me some slack, Jack. Well, if he is, the 3 murders make sense then, don't they? Yeah, that's right. Murder. Kubota blew himself up, but that was murder too. So why did these murders take place? If Junpei is correct and the body in the shower room was Nijisaki's, that means all of the people who were murdered were involved with the creation of the Nonary project. Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments. Nijisaki, Hongo's assistant. Musashi, though, the man who financed the project.
You mean this was all just revenge? Santa is Zero? He's getting revenge for the death of his sister?
But Akane is here. So did she secretly get out and then staged a revenge plot against Santa for trying to kill her?
No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone. In fact, Junpei didn't think he knew. He couldn't explain why or how, but he had no doubt that Santa had killed no one. Perhaps the madness of the last several hours was finally driving him insane. But Junpei had ceased to be surprised at his sudden knowledge and has even begun to accept it. If I'm right, then it's not hard to figure out who's the next victim's gonna be, is it? Pretty sure I don't have to tell you. Snake, Clover, and Seven all nodded. The next target will be Gentaro Hongo, the person who planned the nonary project. In other words, Ace. There was a moment of silence. Then the room shook. From far away, they heard the sudden rush of water. Whoa, what the hell's going on here? Must be 6 a.m. Our time is up. Shit! Come on, we need to get out of here. How? In the drawer that held this picture of the key card, Junpei grabbed it. I made this sucker opens the exit. Come on, let's go. Woo! Okay, so how did Akane get out alive, I guess? While convincing everybody else she was dead. How did that happen? Alright, let's just swipe this card. Junpei, look! It's unlocked! Yeah, now we can go back to the library. Hurry up, Junpei, we don't have time. Let's go! Alright, let's go. You found it! They're open and they stumbled into the library. So I'll save. Wait. Wait! No! Well, we gotta go do it all again! Chat, I'm gonna pause the recording. Please remind me to restart it when we catch back up. God damn it, dude. You should have never told me to save. You should have never told me to save, damn it. Oh, shit. Well, what a pace killer. Why did they put the quit without saving next to the save button? Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, well, we'll mash through as quickly as we can. I can't believe this. I must have fat fingered the exit button. I'm a fool. I'm a fool, chat. I thought I was done. I thought I was done. I didn't take notes. I didn't take notes for those rooms. I clearly should have. Ah! I can't believe it.
I um well, we're gonna get the bid again. And I can't fast forward through all the text. Shit shot. This is gonna take like 30 minutes to go through all this text, probably. Damn. All right, let's go back to my notes. We did it! You found it. Okay. If I hit no, yeah, then we die. Okay. Read it all again? No. If you want me to read all the text again, that's 100 subs. So pay up, or we're just gonna mash through. I gotta find something to talk about. So, obviously Akane is not actually dead because she's right here. So I'm guessing what they saw was not Akane's corpse. Or ashes, or whatever. Could have been anybody. Anybody could have screamed, you know? Well, actually, we didn't hear a scream. On a scale of 9 to 99, how much do you like this game? Well, I've been got many times by, game crashes. Well, we had one game crash. We had one situation just now where I went and accidentally reset the game without saving, so I gotta go muscle through all this text again. Alright. There are very specific reasons why this is worth it, yeah. We'll see. Alright. So now we're at the point where unless people give me 100 subs, I'm not reading through all this again. Chat, you heard her? Yeah, 100 subs. Again, the story is very good. I'm very curious how... Oh, wait, shit. Hang on. I gotta actually put this in. Right, left, right, left, right, left, yeah. So we got the code via magic for here from our previous playthrough, I'm guessing. Because we figured this out after we opened up the safe. And we could open up the code. How do you know the story is good if you aren't reading it? I already read it. Yeah, Master Asia, so you came in here just after I accidentally reset the game and lost all progress. Lost about 2.5 hours of progress. Actually, no, probably 3.5, close to 3.5 hours of progress. But we'll be able to get through the text a lot faster. Yeah. By just mashing through it. But it still goes quite slow. I can't speed it up. I guess the stream just got extended. Actually, no, it's probably going to take an hour to go through all this text. So, go get some popcorn. Get ready. What should we chat about? We can chat about code. How you all should be proud of me for getting rid of TMI JavaScript. And doing a pure event sub, which the bot is operating on right now. Let's chat about all your accomplishments. Morphogenetic fields, yeah. So, clearly what happened is, when I was playing Professor Layton, I have no explanation. The solutions just appear in my head. That must be the morphogenetic fields affecting me. So does that mean I'm a receiver? That means someone else is sending me the solutions? Is that how it works? So I'm really good at Professor Layton because other people have beaten Professor Layton and have shared that information through the subconscious morphogenetic field so that I have an easier time solving them. Is that why it feels easy? So your friends and you saw DJ once, okay. I follow. Hi, Charlie. You didn't realize why the group chat was Professor Layton? It turns out the DJ was Layton Jordan. That's funny. Mr. X. Even worse, Professor Layton has solved them and so made it easy for everybody? Yeah. Yeah, Layton sent me the solution. Telepathically. It was a good night out. Okay, help me out, chat. Which, so if the so we need to make 6, right? So you need to make a digital root of 3 and then add 6. I forget what the option was. Morphogenetic field. Charlie, when are we gonna like collab and not play Super Metroid? have not played the Chameleon game yet either as well. I really want to play it. We need to get a bunch of people though, like 8 people. I bet Bastion would be down. I bet Harley would be down. And I'm sure we could round out more. I could ask Aki. I bet Aki would play. I'm trying to think of fun collabs that I could do with people that don't just involve like an archipelago. Yeah. I've been itching to play that game. You can't with another archipelago? Yeah. There are some people who I'm friends with who like only do archipelagos. Okay, I'll do an archipelago for you, but I want to think of more fun stuff. It's like, Charlie, you can come down and we could do a baking stream. I just need to buy the microphones. Where you just make bread and cookies and shit. No archipelago. I'm not the biggest fan of archipelago. I'll have the bread rising cam, where it's just gonna be a 4K video, and you could watch the bread rise. What do you think? You can clean? Cleaning as you go is important. Put a reference so we can call out how tall it's getting? Yeah. I'll put a banana. Yeah, I think I'm trying to think of also collabs that'd be successful. You know, something that would be successful. Gather attention. Save. Alright. So this is 2, 6, 13. This is 12. I think it's this one. Charlie, have you submitted to any other more artists our collab art? No. I'm still looking forward to it. Still looking forward to it whenever it happens. I don't think I've ever been in someone else's skeb request. Ever. From anybody. So you can be the first to have a skeb request featuring me that is not me requesting it. All right, we're getting the lore that of June and Santa. That makes sense. Also, I guess it makes sense that June and Santa, because I did make an offhanded comment the other day that one of the other streams that like June and Santa had very similar eyes. And I kind of brushed it off, but since they're brother and sister, that makes perfect sense why their eyes would look similar. So it's all connected. It's all connected, chat. Everything's connected. But yeah, usually I read through text, but I'm not because I accidentally reset my game. Accidentally reset it. And I have to mash through all of this to get back to where I was. They made it very easy to reset the game without saving. When you click the if you click the save option and then you say you don't save, you just have a chance of just resetting the game and you lose all your progress. I'm a little salty. So there's a lot of lore, an immense amount of lore that we do have to get through, and it's probably going to take about an hour to get back. We've already been 15 minutes, and we're not even into the first puzzle room. So I think this is the library. And I gotta remember where all the stuff was. We're getting there. We can act like I knew where everything was. This is, chat, you know what this is? This is just morphological resonance. So I'm going to be able to get through now. Because past Kiara went through the puzzle room. So now current Kiara knows the solution. So I sent it via morphological resonance to myself. Damn, I'm smart. Good job, past me. Cringe. There's no other word for it. This makes me cringe. It's embarrassing. All right, made it to the library. So we're gonna find 3 flip books. Why did you time out Amoeba? Alright, we'll move these around. Okay, so there's one. I don't remember which shelves have all the books. Okay. All right, there's the there's a kid's book, number 1. Gamma rays. Okay, there's another picture book. One of these has a big fat book. This one? Sure, I don't remember. Maybe it's downstairs. We just need to avoid every time we click, we're punished by Snake talking about topics. Okay, so we got the last picture book. We need to go in here. All right, so 6, 3, 2, 4, 1, 5. All right. Yay, we did it! I'm so smart. Alright, the last one was in a bookshelf. No, I don't think there are any of these. I thought it was a big book. Snake, now's not the time. I gotta get back to where I was. She is a Genki girl. Don't call anybody a Genki girl. Where was it? I thought it was in the middle of a shelf. Alright, chat, where was it? Where was the other book I need to open that has the bull behind it? Do y'all remember? I'm afraid to look it up. I've gone through this over and over again. Like, I'm gonna last location this bookshelf. We just gotta keep clicking until we find it. Or chat, I'll let you spoil me, because I've already done this. Where's the book I need to get? Does anybody know? Type 1 if you do not know. Okay. Yeah, if you don't know where it is, type 1. If you know where it is, tell me. Yeah, I'm just clicking random books until I find it. So we're gonna hear all this dialogue again. Okay, this screen is clear. Ah. I have all the books. I need the light bulb. Which was inside a big book. I wonder if there's something else I gotta do to trigger it. Just put it in stream discussion and spoiler it. Okay, yeah, open it up. Whoa, more pop-up. Large, round, and kinky. Yeah, it's not here. So there must be some other trigger to cause this to open. Charlie, it's if you look at the Kiara Art channel in my Discord, it's pinned there. So maybe I gotta put the books down first. Yeah, what do I gotta do to spawn the book? I'm guessing this is the trigger. Nope. Maybe I need to read this note first? Yeah, it's not spoilers. I literally just need to know. I'm guessing there's text I have to advance in order for the book to spawn. Because I had the same thing when I first did this 2 hours ago. No, I need the last light bulb. Light bulb 3. Okay, here it is. So I could not do this before. So there must be some story lock between being able to actually get up there. Yeah, because I clicked on it and it wouldn't let me go up there. Until I read the letter. If you have not read the letter, you can't do it. Alright, now we got more lore. So that's funny. Now we learn about the morphogenetic field. Charlie, you find my reference sheet? You're just vegging out in your chair right now? Sorry. My stream is so entertaining, it just has people vegging out. Alright, this is another big lore dump. Anything I should talk about? Oh yeah, the quilt hangers. Let me go check this. Can I order one? $48 inches. Top frame only. Probably go ebony. Actually, if I have a dark colored quilt, would it go better with a light frame or a dark frame? Or maybe a gray. Aged oak, natural unstained oak, maybe? I don't want to whitewash it. I think maybe the natural unstained oak. We'll get a brown jute rope. Normal thickness. Then, I need to go measure the size. Go get a tape measure out, measure that, then we can order 2 of these suckers. Yeah, I don't want to hang it from rope. We'll do sawtooth. Yeah, hanging option, sawtooth hardware. But honestly, having the rope kind of looks nice. Maybe I do it with rope. Yeah, I think natural oak would be a good stain color. Honestly, I may just mount it with command tape. Just command tape the back of the frame and just slap it on. That I don't have to hammer a nail into the wall, cause air leaks. Alright, are we done? Nope, we're still going. There was so much lore. Again, we were playing the game for 3.5 hours. Now, granted, I probably spent a decent amount of time in each of the puzzle rooms. That will go quite a bit faster, but a lot of it was just reading through text. After we get out of the library, I'll save again. Yeah, we're talking about all the handstands and passing of knowledge. I follow. This is where you learn about receivers and shit. This is the first big lore dump, and then the second big lore dump is in the next room. So I'll say this will be the halfway point of returning. I know, Sonic. Snake has so much to say, and again, this is all happening in the span of an hour remains. Clearly, I'm just stalling. First, the game crash, then me bungling up the decisions, and then me reset. This is the third big blunder that has caused me to replay a large portion of this game. So I wonder what Ace, June, and Lotus and Santa are doing. Here we go. We're learning about Group Q. So, I do really like this 3DS capture. I'm gonna get a lot of use out of this. There's so many games on DS and 3DS that just like... handhelds are a big weak spot for me, you know? There's a lot of games on them. There's a lot of games everywhere. Oh yeah, Apollo 13 stuff. I'm glad they did not try and like wash away Apollo 13 as magic. I was worried they would. I was really worried they would, but they did not. Snake? Snake just is a walking encyclopedia. Well, all the characters are. Even Seven is a walking encyclopedia. Yeah, sure there are 18 kids. Who are the other two? Are the other two implied to be, Akane and Aoi? The ones with no relatives? I don't know if either of them have relatives. Then the name drop, Akane. Oh my god. Which is impossible. That's not true. That's impossible. And we find out they are one and the same. Further motivation for her to be Zero. They tried to kill her. So Santa holding June at gunpoint, you know, obviously that was just, he would never have actually done anything. But no one else knew that. But, oh yeah, Ace has the phantasmagoria or whatever, right? So he can't recognize faces, so he probably doesn't know that Santa and June are the kids that he abducted, right? Because they use code names. So that would explain why he wouldn't know who they are. Because he damn right should know. But luckily he can't recognize faces. Oh yeah, then this code is dead. What's that sound? Does it sound like something really big was moving? It came from the top floor. Alright, let's go check it out. Let's go type in the code. It's a very convenient reason to have him as part of the games. No, like, oftentimes I remember faces and not names. It's easier for you to remember, I have seen this person before versus I have read this name before. That's why a lot of times at conventions, some people say hi to me and I'll say hi back and I'll remember them, but it's like, shoot, what was your name? Alright, we did it. It's unlocked. Well, you're such an old lady. What is a name but a miserable pile of secrets? You found it! Alright, let's save. Yes, overwrite. Alright, that's done. I gotta be careful so I don't exit the game. And please again remind me to resume the recording once I get there. This is me tapping my DS. I definitely do not have aphantasia. But it seems like half the internet has aphantasia. And I doubt the prevalence is that high. I think it may be misinterpreting, literally seeing it versus imagining seeing it. They're different sensations. I think we did this before. Type 7 if you have aphantasia, chat. I think last time I did this, like 10 people showed up. Yeah, everybody on the internet, like, so many people on the internet say they have aphantasia. I'm not convinced. It's not like you're seeing it in front of you like you would with your own eyes. Okay, let me see if I figure out what this is. Alright, I remembered my solution. Saved a lot of time there. Alright, now we need to go through this whole thing. Oh, I never picked up the little shield emblem. Can you not see an apple in your head, Ting? I can see the apple. Though, you don't see it the same way your eyes do. I'll say. Your eyes see it differently. Yeah, you're not going to see it in 4K. Alright, let me go look at my Morse code. So I can spell ice. Goodbye, Kitara. I think I gotta make 3 assumptions whenever I see somebody. Well, one is you have ADHD. And 2, you have aphantasia. I think I know 2 people who I've met on the internet who do not say they have ADHD. Almost every one of my friends has it. Type 1 if you got ADHD. Alta, you don't? Alright. One of us. We do exist. One if you have ADHD. I think we start with the steering wheel. Yeah, I don't think that's aphantasia, Tank. I don't think you've got aphantasia. That's literally the opposite of aphantasia. Alright. But see, like, if you have aphantasia, you can still, like, draw a map from memory, right? Of, like, your house or a video game or whatever. You can you know where all the stuff is, so you can construct it. Yeah, Ace has prosopagnosia. I've been calling it phantasmagoria. Yeah, most people say they have aphantasia. So I think it may be a misunderstanding of what the mind's eye actually is. Let's see, has anybody been formally diagnosed with aphantasia? There's a lot of self-reporting. Let's see, this needs to be... Oh yeah, this needs to be 10. This one. They both need to add up to 16. Alright. Yeah, we can drop the combo. Alright, we're back. Whew. Now we gotta start the lore sequence from 7. Wait. Alright, let's save carefully. Alright, we're locked into this point. Hi, Kirby. We're almost there. Meow. Meow indeed. The big flashback time. Let me tell you what happened. I think this is the biggest lore dump in the entire game. Is this full flashback. Well, I guess that we've seen so far. 10 minutes, then you can watch again? I think about 10 minutes, probably. We'll see. I'm mashing through as quickly as I possibly can. We are almost caught up. It's taken a little over an hour so far to make it through. Your mind's just a black void. Interesting. Yeah, everybody sees stuff differently. Yeah, so let's see. He gets knocked out. He gets put on the ship into the cell. Wakes up in the cell. Hears kids screaming. Ends up over the incinerator. He does look quite different. But you know, the ninth guy should have recognized some of the kids, right? Not everyone can see why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch. So this box, it says, tricks are for kids, but I am an adult. So, is there any law saying that I, as an adult, cannot buy tricks for myself? So if I buy this, there wouldn't be any trouble. I've had Cinnamon Toast Crunch. It's not my favorite cereal. Definitely not my favorite cereal. It's like eating pure sugar. So it's your second favorite? American cereal is bad, but I love Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I eat the boring cereals. Like I like Frosted Mini Wheats. I like Honey Bunches of Oats. I like Honey Nut Cheerios or plain Cheerios. I don't like Fruit Loops, but I do like Apple Jacks, which is kind of similar. I like Raisin Bran. Oh, I don't like it getting soggy. So that's why I typically do not put milk in my cereal. Is because I don't want them to get soggy. I don't want soggy mini wheats. I want crunchy mini wheats. So I'll just eat the mini wheats raw. No milk. I don't like the sensation of biting into like mushy cereal. Plain Cheerios are probably your favorite. Yeah. Something part of this good breakfast. Yeah, I do enjoy cereal. It's for a similar reason. I don't like salads that drench it in dressing. Stop, Kirby! Stop, Kirby! No, he didn't stop him. I prefer having like a side of the dressing, and I could just like occasionally dip a piece of lettuce in the dressing. Chat, you have failed me for not stopping Kirby. Failed me completely. Yeah, thanks to Tank, the stream's going on an extra hour and a half. Seven's got to tell us the 30-minute version of the story when we only have 30 minutes left to live before the flood. I'm still committed to beating this today. We're almost back. Cause he gets him, then Hongo is gonna come in, try and snatch him. Then we escape, look for Akane, run down, and then yeah. Brief reprise back in the present, and then we go finish the story. Alright, you know what? Let's save again. Alright. We've locked it in. You effing bastard. Oh. I love the blur on the characters in this piece of art. It gives a lot of motion. Oh, and that's Snake. Yeah, that's Snake there on the left. Didn't notice that last time. There he is. Trying to go, hey, get away, got down, I said, wait, boy. Hi, Lumina. Welcome in. You're just in time. I'm about to get back to where I was before the game accidentally reset. Welcome, welcome. Playing 999, no spoilers. Seems like a real bright idea. I guess, because Lumi means bright. Yeah, we're playing 999. We're in the end game. I am mashing through a bunch of text to get to where we were. I was prompted, go save the game. I went to go save the game, and I accidentally quit the game without saving, and sent me all the way back. I've had to painstakingly go through all of this again. Yep, you can go watch the clip. If my life were a visual novel, Tank just chose the bad route. What kind of effects is this going to have? I'm not going to be able to work on my code tonight, so this may make my next stream still have Kiara_TV as the bot response. I didn't know it was impossible for me to click save and then end up out of the game without saving. I will remember this. Are you effing kidding me? All right, we got a little interlude here before we go see the rest. Anyway, hi, I'm Kiara. I'm a variety retro streamer. Raiders. What are we up to today, Lumina? You're playing UFO 50? I've heard good things about UFO 50. Not sure I'll ever get around to it, but... No! Do they animate this in the remake? Or is it all still like static visual novel style stuff? It's still all static. I've obviously upscaled or redone. They probably redrew everything from scratch. Oh. We're almost there. Junpei all out of Junpei? Okay. We're close. We're so close. Junpei.exe reboot in progress. Yeah. I forget. I think we did go through the door before before I reset. Now, like on the first line of dialogue is when I ceased. Yep, I remember reading this. I'm playing on a real Nintendo 3DS. A real game. Okay. We're back. How do you capture it? It's modded to have a capture card out. All right, let's go. You have to find somebody to mod the capture into it. The door opened and they stumbled into the library. Okay, I think this is it. This is the text box that I messed everything up on, right? Okay. Let's resume recording. Okay. It took almost 2 hours, but we're back. Nothing happened. Totally nothing happened at all. The shaking had stopped. They knew the danger hadn't passed. They ran across the hallway straight for the large metal door. Next to the door was the Uranus card reader. They slid the key card through and the door rumbled open. Out of the library, and into the hallway. Yes, ping your friends. We're back. At the end of the hallway was a door. Junpei reached into his pocket to pull out the key as he ran towards it. The key he put into the lock was the Neptune key. He turned it. The lock clicked. As one, they shoved the door open and poured through it. In front of them was another great metal door. Above it was a metal plaque. It read, Incinerator. So this is the incinerator. It's the first time I've seen it from this side, but yeah, I think so. There ought to be a lever near the door. Yeah, right here. Junpei ran up to it. Pull that and the door should open. Got it. As he spoke, he pulled the lever. The motor in the door groaned as it slowly ground open. There's no time to waste. As soon as the door had opened, far enough to admit them, all four dashed through. And suddenly there before them were the four who they'd parted from earlier. Ace and Lotus stood in front of the number 9 door. Santa was curled into a ball against the wall of the incinerator, holding its stomach. And then there was June. She sat slumped against the wall, exhausted. What had happened? Junpei ran toward June. He skidded to a stop in front of her and knelt down. What's wrong? Was there Back to the Future shit going on, chat? Remember when we went through here the first time and we run out of the incinerator and then June is on the floor and then disappears? Mysteriously, she's gone. Is there some Back to the Future shit going on? Her face was pale, her lips dry. When she spoke, you could barely hear her.
Junpei, you came to get me.
Of course I did. I made a promise.
I'm so glad you're here. So glad.
She mumbled the same words over and over, weakly. Junpei could feel his heart breaking. Hey, what happened to you?
I'm fine. I just fainted. I wasn't feeling very good. Feeling a lot better now, though.
Are you sure?
Yes. I just need to rest a little longer. I'm sure I'll be fine.
You shouldn't worry about me. She was looking towards Santa. Junpei turned to look as well. Santa grimaced. His face well, there's no blood. Contorted in pain. Seven grabbed him by the collar and roared at him. Hey, where is it? Where's the gun? You hide it somewhere? Despite himself, a grunt of pain escaped Santa's lips as Seven shook him. I don't have it. I got sucker punched and they took the gun. What? Who took it? What, isn't that obvious? I took the gun. Ace! He did indeed have the revolver in his hand. It was pressed against Lotus's temple. Ace had her pinned to him with the other arm, and she was shaking visibly. Her fiery attitude was gone, replaced by fear. She didn't dare speak. There was sweat on her forehead, and when her eyes weren't flicking up to the gun pressed against her, they seemed to desperately want to say something. Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Ace? Maybe you ought to say Gentaro Hongo, CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. Seven's deep baritone rumble shook the walls. Ace sneered. You have me at a disadvantage. I don't like that. You know me, but I know you. Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? Can you even begin to understand my pain? The pain of prosopagnosia, right? Junpei's voice was casual, or at least it was trying to be. Another irritating insect. How do you know that, Junpei couldn't say. He just knew. Another unexplainable mystery. No matter. If you don't want to answer, it makes no difference to me. This is a waste of time anyway. It's time for me to go. Behind Ace, Junpei could see the red. It was placed in the small indentation on the wall. Look, CEOs work hard and they don't get paid enough. Quickly, Ace placed his hand on the scanner. It beeped, and he forced Lotus's hand onto it as well. Then at last, he reached into the pocket of his jacket. He pulled something out and pressed it against the panel. The third asterisk appeared on the red. The thing he had used for the final verification was a bracelet with the number 9. It had belonged to the first man to die, Kubota. Yep. I believe I've won this game. His smirk made Junpei's blood boil. I've had quite a time playing with you.
I must thank Zero, I suppose. Wait, something about the way he'd spoken. Did Ace not know who Zero was? Junpei's eyes flicked towards Santa. He hadn't moved since they'd entered the room. Santa was still holding his stomach and groaning as if in immense pain. Junpei wasn't sure if it was real pain, but he wasn't sure it wasn't either. When the hell did Santa have up his sleeve this time? At any rate, this game ends now. I will escape, and the rest of you will have a slightly less pleasant ending. I suggest you enjoy your final moments. Goodbye. Wait! Ace, of course, paid no heed to Seven's request and laid hold of the lever on the red. With a sickening sense of finality, he pulled it. What? What? Why isn't it opening? Lotus tried to take advantage of Ace's confusion and managed to twist herself out of his grasp. At the last second, he grabbed hold of her wrist and shoved it onto the red. He waved the number 9 bracelet over the red and turned his own bracelet as well. He pulled the lever a second time. Huh? No! What is this? Why? The digital root should be 9. It has to be 9. Then why isn't it opening? Ace's fury and confusion had overridden all other thoughts. He had set down the revolver. It was just below the red. Seven chose that moment to act. He moved far faster than a man of his bulk should have been able to, and he launched that bulk straight at Ace. It was over before they knew it. In the blink of an eye, Ace was on the floor. He rolled onto his side, groaning in pain. Ugh. Lotus ran straight for Junpei. She darted around.
Nice shot!
And stuck her head out, making sure to keep Junpei between herself and Ace. Whew! That was too close. Thank you, Seven. Don't mention it. Seven stood over Ace, his breathing slow and heavy. Shoot him now. Just one punch ain't enough for this piece of shit. After what he did 9 years ago, I ought to rip him to pieces. But if the suspect can't talk, they ain't much good. Once he's locked up in a cell, we're gonna have a little chat. 9 years ago? Ah, then you must be. Yeah, you finally figured it out, dumbass. Ace planted his hands on the floor and shook his head. Junpei walked towards him. He stopped and looked down at Ace with pity on his face. Ace, you killed Kubota, Nijisaki, and Musashi-do, didn't you? What, Nijisaki? He peered at Junpei, genuinely confused. Oh, right. You don't know yet. Alright, we'll just go through them in order then. Let's see, start with Kubota. You talked to Kubota and managed to convince him to go into door 5 alone. You killed him without making it look like you killed him. The way I figure it, you had 4 motives. In the notary game, the number 9 was dangerous. Whoever had the number 9 bracelet could join whatever team they wanted. You could add 9 to any number and the digital route wouldn't change. In other words, number 9 could do whatever they wanted. Ace had wanted to remove that threat as soon as possible. 2. Ace also wanted to have the number 9 bracelet himself so that he could make use of its power. In fact, he later made use of it in the murder of Nijisaki. 3. Even if his number had been different, Kubota presented a problem for Ace. Kubota had known Ace's past. He knew what had happened 9 years before. Before he told anyone, Ace had to silence him. 4. But last and perhaps most disturbing, Ace had used Kubota as a test. He wanted to know how serious this notary game was. Was it truly life or death or simply a harmless prank? He convinced Kubota to break the rules so that he might see what happened. This is information he shouldn't have. That was why you killed Kubota, but he was only the first. Next was Nijisaki. While everyone was off looking for the missing part of the red, you ran into Nijisaki near the big hospital room. However, because of your prosopagnosia, you didn't realize he was Nijisaki. Chiefly because when you met him, he was dressed like Snake. That was why you thought Nijisaki was Snake. No, that's not. That was Nijisaki? Why? How did... I'll get to that. Anyway, you thought he was Snake. Snake was one of the kids in your experiment 9 years ago. You remembered him because he was the blind kid. But his presence made you think, Snake was one of my subjects 9 years ago. He probably hates me. But if that's true, why isn't he saying anything? Is he keeping quiet because he can't see? Or perhaps he's working with Zero to get revenge on me? Whatever the reason, anyone who knows my past is a threat. Before he tries anything, I need to get rid of him.
That was when you decided you had to kill him. The murder weapon was Kubata's bracelet. You just waved it over the red. Verified your own number, and then grabbed Nichisaki's arm and forced it over the scanner panel. Then, when the door opened, you kicked him in. 9 seconds later, the door closed. And then 81 seconds passed. And poor Nijisaki was dead. Then you mean to say Snake is still alive? Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm good as new. Thank you for killing the wrong man, but I can't say I like knowing that you wanted me dead. Although to be honest, even if you hadn't tried to kill me, I would still hate you very much. Well, I wouldn't blame you. Ace's self-derision was frustrating. But Junpei kept his emotions in check and continued. Last but not least, let's talk about Musashido's death. Yeah, we don't know how this one happened. When Clover and I were investigating the chart room, you came over to talk to me. Do you remember what you said? Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it? I handed you the pocket watch and you left the room. Ace had been in charge of the notary project. He would, of course, have known the solution to every puzzle. It followed then that he knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. All Ace had to do was place the pocket watch in the indentation on the door to unlock it. With the door open, he was able to enter the captain's quarters. Musashido was there. Next to him was an axe that fairly begged Ace to kill Musashido with it. Picked up the axe and swung it, burying the blade deep in the other man's chest. One blow is all it took. Afterwards, Ace returned to the chart room as though nothing had happened. But why did he want him dead? There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment? No reason not to. Junpei had followed Ace to the wheelhouse. When they reached the wheelhouse, Ace slipped his hand into Junpei's vest. He pulled out a piece of paper. A piece of paper Junpei had used to cheat during the vote. But it wasn't the piece of paper that Ace was after. His true purpose had been to slip the pocket watch into Junpei's pocket. It wasn't a very good plan. It had far too many flaws. The wrong word of discovery could easily have toppled it. What had made Ace so desperate? That was the only thing Junpei hadn't been able to figure out. Musashido's murder is the only one I don't understand. You obviously did it, but why? Because of this. Slowly, Ace reached down and pulled something out of his pocket. It was a folded piece of paper. Junpei took it and opened it. This is what it said. Number 1. There are 2 ways you might survive this ordeal. The first is to win the notary game. The second is for you to confess your sins of 9 years past. I have prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. The images captured by that camera will be streamed through a satellite and distributed across the world. Simply look into the camera and repent. Once you have confessed everything, I will release you from this ship. To make your confession more credible, I have left you a witness in the captain's quarters. Perhaps he will confess with you. The decision is yours. Do as you please. 0. When I awoke in that room on D-Deck, I found that in my pocket. That was why I chose door 1 when we voted. If I went through that door, I knew I would get to the captain's quarters. As you said, I knew how to enter the wheelhouse. My plan was to find the pocket watch before anyone else. If I could, then my alibi would be set. At least, that was the plan. Unfortunately for me, you got to it first. That sleight of hand was the best I could manage on short notice. You meant to kill him from the beginning, then? Musashido, I mean? I only knew Musashido was the witness after I reached the captain's quarters. I asked him and he answered. He seemed groggy. Perhaps he had only just awoken from sedation. I suppose Nijisaki was in much the same state. He seemed confused and disoriented when I encountered him. But yes, you are correct. I intended to kill him from the beginning, even though I didn't know who he was. I proceeded to the captain's quarters in order to remove this so-called witness. Ace had confessed to everything. What energy had left in him with truth, and he sat on his knees. Although he had confessed, his sins were not forgiven. Junpei felt revulsion for the pathetic man out on the floor near his feet, but in among the revulsion was a hint of pity. After all, Ace had not been the only person who murdered those 3 men. Junpei spoke quietly. Ace, you figured it out, haven't you? You're being manipulated. Yes, so it would seem. I was little more than a puppet in many ways. Everywhere I went, everything was already prepared. The Reds in the large hospital room were dismantled. Nijisaki was dressed like Snake. There was an axe in the captain's quarters. Musashido was delirious from the anesthetic, so he couldn't fight back. Nijisaki as well. In retrospect, I can't understand how I could have fallen into such a simple trap. I'm quite ashamed of myself. But yes, this was a trap. It was Zero's trap, and I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. I did everything you wanted me to do. Yeah. By manipulating Ace, Zero was able to kill 3 people and keep the blood off his own hands. All of this was revenge for what had happened 9 years ago. That's why this nonary game happened. Am I right, Santa? Junpei looked over at Santa. As Junpei spoke, he stood up, his legs still shaky. Huh? What the hell are you talking about, man? I don't know any. Ain't no point trying to play dumb anymore, Santa. Actually, I guess we should call you Aoi Kurashiki. Huh? Seven's face was sad as he spoke. My memory came back, kid. You're Aoi Kurashiki, no doubt about it. Never thought I'd be back in this room talking to you. But hey, I guess this is all part of your plan, right? After all, the person who planned the nonary game this time around was Zero, and Zero's you. Looks like you really do have your memories back, huh? Santa's smile was sarcastic and something else. Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it then, huh? Yeah, you got me. I'm Aoi Kurashiki. I was one of the kids in the nonary game 9 years ago. I made it out, so did Snake over there. There's one thing. No, I guess there's 2 things you got wrong. Number 1, I ain't Zero. What? Wait, what? Sure, I was helping Zero out. Okay, so Zero is June, alright. But I'm really more of an assistant, like a secretary. An assistant's only an assistant. I didn't come up with all this. All I did was follow Zero's orders. Then, if you're not Zero, who is? Calm down there, Junpei. Didn't I say 2 things? You made one more mistake. Junpei, you just said. All of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this nonary game happened. But that's not it. Revenge isn't the only purpose. There's another reason you guys are playing the nonary game. To save someone. Save someone? Right. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane. What the hell are you talking about? Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago in this room. I was there. I saw. But she's right here! Suddenly, Seven froze. His eyes went as wide as dinner plates, and he spun around toward June. Junpei followed his gaze. She was gone. Where June had been, there was nothing. What the hell? Where is she? Where's Akane Kurashiki? Seven began to mumble to himself, a strange series of words strung together as if his mind wasn't functioning properly. What? His face was twisted with effort as though he were struggling with something they couldn't see. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hands against the sides of his head. Ugh, my head! My head! It feels like it's gonna pop! He groaned and fell to his knees. Seven! What the hell's going on? I don't know. I swear to God, my head feels like it's about to explode. From somewhere far away, they all heard a deep, heavy noise. It sounded like a tremendous wheel slowly beginning to turn. Santa seemed to have entered an almost trance-like state. His words were calm and measured. What was the Nonary Project? I'm sure you know already, but I'll tell you one more time. It was a project designed to test a particular phenomenon. And what was that phenomenon?
Thanks to @JustAnYear for my sub-gift.
No, thanks, Marzu. For 2 organisms to communicate with one another in the absence of physical contact. The morphogenetic field theory. Could human beings use these invisible fields to exchange information? That was what this experiment was conducted to determine. There are 2 separate locations. One was the Gigantic, and the other was a building in Nevada called Building Q. Building Q had been built to replicate exactly the interior of the Gigantic. The 9 children trapped in Building Q were faced with numerous puzzles, copies of identical ones in the Gigantic. They were told to send their answers into the morphic field set and transmit them to their brothers and sisters on the Gigantic. The transmitters were put in Building Q and the receivers were put on the Gigantic. Each sibling pair was supposed to be split up, but there's a mistake. Akane was a transmitter. She should have been in Building Q. However, for some reason she was placed on the Gigantic with the receivers like me. Perhaps she was mistaken for someone who was supposed to be in Group A. Whatever the case, Akane ended up on the Gigantic. I think I've told you enough. You get it, don't you? I'm pretty sure you know where this is going, Junpei. What is going? Don't play dumb. You know things you shouldn't. Things you couldn't. How did he know Ace had prosopagnosia? How did he know why Ace wanted to kill Kubota and now Nijisaki was killed? Were you surprised when you found out Ace was Hongo? And what about the coffin Snake was trapped in? How the hell did you open it? Well, I'm getting goosebumps, chat. That's the answer to that is easy. He knew because I knew. Junpei was receiving information that I sent to him through the morphic field set. The text is changed to first person. The text on the right screen is in first person now. It's simple, really. How do I know the alternate futures, then? Imagine a river that splits into like an upside-down Y. The river flows from the top to the bottom, from a single stream into two branches. It only flows in one direction. It can never flow backward. Information is the same way. It moves from the past to the future, but never flows backward. That's why people at the river's source in the past will never know about those downstream in the future. For the people downstream will never know about one another either. Information only flows along the path of the river. But I am different. I can manipulate the morphic field set to pluck knowledge from the future? What the hell? I know what happens on either fork of the river, even though the people on either fork know nothing about one another. Now, who am I? I am I, the 9th letter of the alphabet. But I am also 0? What? No, that's not true. I'm not really a 0. Not yet. Perhaps you could say I am less than 0. 0 is my future. In 9 years, I will be 0. Where did she go? What the heck? June. No, Akane. Where did you go? Santa. Why is Clover... Oh, shit. Freeze. Santa's got the gun. Guess he picked it up when we weren't watching. Looks like he's turned the tables on Ace. You wonder how he likes having a gun to his head. Get up. Sure isn't about to take that gun off him for a minute, is he? Ace isn't putting up any kind of fight. I mean, I don't think I would either, but he just looks drained. I guess he's going for the door, huh? He doesn't need to verify to go through that door, but... What's your plan, Santa? What are you doing? He can't get through any numbered doors with just 2 people. What the hell is he thinking? Didn't I tell you I'm Santa Claus? It's time for me to go and make a wish come true. That's it? That's all he's gonna give us? The hell does that even mean? Shit, they're out. He's gonna activate the incinerator. Looks like the rest of us are stuck in here. They're all looking at me. At least Seven's headache is gone. He seems to be alright. I guess there's no harm in trying. Let's see if this door still opens. Damn, well, it looks like the door isn't opening anytime soon. You mean we're trapped? So it would seem. What the hell is Santa trying to do? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, what? Have you considered where we are? There can only be really one thing Santa would do now. No, you can't be serious. Oh, but it is. Shit, we gotta do something. Maybe we can still get out through door 9. There's the red. Yeah, alright, we can do this. I've just gotta... No, it's not gonna work. There's no way. The 5 of us can't open this door. Is there any combination that'll work? Junpei, can I borrow your pen and notebook? Clover's gonna start writing it all out. I don't think I'm going to need them ever again. Well, she certainly looks purposeful. Looks like she's writing equations. A lot of them. Oh man, she doesn't look very happy. What? No need to be ripping pages out like that. Jeez. What the hell are you doing, Clover? Give me that. Alright, at least 7 got it away from her. Maybe now I can get a look at what she was writing. Let's see. Shit. Then there's no other way? Lotus. Looks like she'd figured it out, though. Man, this is just too cruel. It's okay. Go. Lotus? Why, you know we can't do that. Oh, don't give me that. I'm sure you'd love to get rid of me. God damn it, you idiot. Whoa, where the hell did that come from? Looks like she expected that about as much as I did. Without a... Well, where did June go? Look, it'd be bad, all right. For a cop, he sure doesn't have much confidence. Bad? Yeah. If there weren't assholes like you around, I'd be out of the job. Did she get back to the future? Huh? Look, I'm just not leaving you behind, all right? End of story.
7.
She's right. I'm not leaving you either.
Me too.
You don't honestly think I'd abandon you, did you?
You're all idiots.
Act as tough as you want, Lotus. We can't all see you're about to cry. That being said, however, I doubt we would be able to open the door anyway, even if it were to leave Lotus behind. Huh? Why? I trust you remember what happened to Ace. I couldn't see exactly what happened, but I was able to guess what he was attempting to do earlier at the Red.
Oh, yeah.
No, what is this? Why? The digital route should be 9. It has to be 9. Then why? Why isn't it opening? Just to see, why don't we give it a shot? Give it a shot? Yes, that is what I said. Nope. Yep, not letting us out. You were right. It ain't opening. But it did open 9 years ago. The digital route was 9 then, I'm sure of it. You think maybe they changed the settings? Perhaps. Shit. If we can't get through this door, we can't get out. The walls are way too high. There's no way in hell we could get to that hole, 7. Popped out of 9 years ago. All I could do is stand here and stare at this door with a 9 on it. I guess this is it. This is the end. We're gonna save the game. I was watching. I had watched everything that was reflected in his eyes. I was listening. Every sound that vibrated in his eardrums, I heard. Smell, taste, touch. I felt everything he felt. I knew everything about him. What he was thinking, what he was feeling, what he was sensing. All of his feelings and worries and fears became mine. My mind, my consciousness was inside of him. Through the morphic field set, we were resonant, and we were as one. I was him, and at the same time, I was an observer. It started with a tremendous noise like a clap of thunder. That was approximately 9 hours ago. A bomb had gone off in the ship we were on. That was when my resonance with him began. My resonant event melted into him and we became one, inside of Junpei. Somehow I found myself in Junpei's mind 9 years in the future. But I didn't lose myself. I was living in 2 realities at once. One was the present and the other was the future. This is crazy. Perhaps you can think of it as 2 movies showing on the same screen at the same time. Eventually, it became difficult to separate them to determine which movie is which. However, if I concentrated, I was able to focus on one or the other. Is she literally talking about a DS chat? I'm assuming this is June in the past. Akane. That was why I was able to grasp what was happening in front of me.
Come on, over here.
That was my brother, Aoi. He was screaming. Yeah, I followed him. Around me were 7 other children. They all looked like they were about my age.
Come on, hurry up.
We ran down a long straight hallway and burst into the large hospital room. Everyone was arguing. 2 of the boys got in a fist fight. The girl watching them began to cry. I want to go home, she cried. I want to go home. Another girl slapped the crying girl and glared down at her. There's been 2 hours since the notary game began. We were starting to fall apart. But just when all hope seemed lost, Light started talking. He was blind. 9 years later, we would call him Snake. Hello, everyone. Yes. Could you come over here for a moment? He was older than most of us, and his voice had authority and dignity. The fights died down, and we gathered around him. I have a little sister. She is very important to me.
Right now, she is over in Building Q and is desperately trying to send information over to me. Her name is Clover, and today is her 9th birthday. Oh, and as he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket. In his hand were 9 four-leaf clovers. I was going to give these to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them when I was abducted. I'm sure I've already told you, but I'm blind. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of a very specific plant as well, it is difficult. But my sister means a great deal to me, and I hope that these would show her how much I cared for her. Since it's her 9th birthday, I thought 9 four-leaf clovers would be appropriate. Every one of you has a brother or a sister in Building Q with Clover. For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get off this ship. Do you understand? If we're going to do that, there are 3 things you have to remember. We need to trust and love, and we have to have faith in one another. If we can take all 3 of those to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way. Did you know that the leaves on the 4-leaf clover mean faith, trust, love, and luck? Those words are leaf words. That's how Aoi knows. So if you believe what I've told you and you understand, then I want you to each to have one of these. They're a promise between friends. He gave a clover to each of us. I took one too.
Is that why he had a clover?
Why Aoi had a clover? Eventually he was left with only a single 4-leaf clover. He had one last thing to say. Now, don't ever forget. So long as you have that, we will always be connected. Do you understand? When he finished, the tension of only a few minutes before was gone. We were calm. After that, we ran around the ship for a while longer and opened several of the numbered doors until we finally found a door with a number 9 on it. In fact, there were 2 doors with a 9 on them, and we found them in the chapel. We split into 2 groups and walked through the doors. Before long, we all found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked like an upside-down funnel. For some reason, this room had another number 9, but this time it was the only one. If there was only one door, that meant only 5 people could escape. What are we going to do? There aren't any other doors. We began to panic, then as if things had not gotten bad enough already. Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeats. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. What? What is happening? What did that thing say? That didn't sound good. My brother Aoi swallowed hard and answered. I think it means this room is gonna burn. The plaque on the door says incinerator. And that voice said that the incineration is about to start. Incinerate means to burn. No! Help me! Outer terror filled the room as everyone began to scream and cry. Every pair of eyes were filled with despair. Then, high up on the wall, a door opened and a man appeared. He was a huge, frightening mountain of a man as large as a bear. 9 years later, we would call him 7. Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. The rest happened just like 7 had said it did. 4 of us who had stayed behind were saved by 7. We crawled through the vents away from the incinerator and slid down into the hall. Came out on the other side of the door, 9. On the wall opposite the door was a set of double doors. We went through these and began to run up the spiral stairs. As we ran, I led the way. Behind me were Nona, my brother Aoi, Snake, and 7. The other children, the ones who'd gone through the door 9 before us, were up ahead. I could hear them cheering each other on. We ran and ran and ran. We leapt across as many stairs as we could, and I kept running. The stairs spiraled upwards like a tornado. Eventually, I pulled ahead of the rest. Perhaps Nona had slowed them down. I didn't want to lose them, so I slowed down as well. I didn't stop. I glanced over my shoulder from time to time to see if they had caught up. That was when I realized, oh no, where is it? Did I drop Junpei's present? I knew I had had it with me when we passed through the vent. Then had I dropped it as we slid out? I had to go back. I had to. But I knew I couldn't tell the others.
They would stop me, I was sure of that. I didn't stop to think, I simply moved. I ran to the central hall, the room that connected to all the other areas of the ship. And hid in the shadows, and moments later I felt a run of wind as they ran past me up the staircase. I waited until they were out of sight, and then I ran. I moved as quietly as I could, down and down and down. Finally, I reached the bottom deck. I ran to the hallway and looked around frantically. There it is. Up to this point, did any story cutscenes involving characters play on the bottom screen? Or was it all on the top screen? I ran over and snatched it from the floor, but as I ran back toward the stairs in freedom... The door to the incinerator opened and a man stepped out. It was Hongo. Gentaro Hongo. 9 years later, we would call him Ace. Ah, how wonderful to see you decided to come back. His smile made my blood run cold. It looked mechanical, as if someone had simply pulled up the corners of his mouth. Come with me. We must continue the experiment. I shook my head, eyes wide. Slowly, I began to walk backwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then I spun around and broke into a run. I felt Hongo's hand close over my left wrist. I said, "Come with me." There's an edge of insanity to his voice now. I pulled as hard as I could. No, I don't want to. Let me go. Please, let go of me. I shook my body and flailed my arms, trying desperately to get Hongo to let go of me. But I was still only a child. I was no match for a man like Hongo. Stop struggling, goddammit. Do as I tell you. He heaved on my arm, trying to pull me into the incinerator. I screamed. Help me. Somebody help me. Suddenly, Akane! The door to the stairs flew open. My brother Aoi burst out of it. Behind him came Seven and Snake. Akane! He cried my name again as he leapt toward Hongo. You came back, I cried out. You're too late, idiot. Hongo threw his full weight against my arm, pulling us both into the incinerator. Yeah! The force of it threw me to the floor. I scrambled to my feet and looked toward the open number 9 door. Hongo stood between it and me, but behind him I could see my brother. His fists clenched. But those fists never reached Hongo. Type 1 if you're alive. With the cold, heartless screech of metal on metal, the door slammed shut. Hongo glanced at me mechanically, his face registering that there was an object there, but not anything he would consider a human being. Then he turned away and walked to the red and sat next to the door. He reached into his pocket and removed 2 bracelets. He waved them both over the scanner panel. 2 asterisks appeared on the red. He checked the screen, then tossed the bracelets carelessly onto the floor. What was he doing? What was the point? He made no effort to explain himself, of course. Said nothing at all and walked past me as though I were nothing more than a rock by the roadside. A few moments later... the double door slid shut as well. Faintly, I could hear someone pounding on the door behind me. I turned around and ran toward the door with the 9. Akane! Akane! Are you okay? I could hear a voice from the other side of the door. A worried, frightened voice. Help me! My throat was already raw, but I screamed as loud as I could. My voice echoed, lonely, around the empty room. What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here. Where's Hongo? He went out on the other door. What? Then it started again. Warning. Warning. The emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Holy shit, man, I knew what I was gonna say, but that is one hell of a creepy voice. I knew it. It's starting. So is the bottom screen what is in the past, and the top screen is what is in the present? That's crazy. That's like an FPV of past Akane.
F. Heck. Man, I never thought I'd hear that damn voice again after 9 years. What the hell? What the hell? What are you talking about? It's 9 years this, 9 years that, and when it's not 9 years something, then you're talking about some sort of effing experiments. All right, we have an ad break going. We're going to take a break. So nobody misses anything. All right, we should be back. So, for the if the bottom screen is Akane past Akane POV, that means she had bracelet number 5 in the past, right? But that still doesn't explain how the heck there can be a future Akane to do all this shit. No, maybe need some more explanation. What in God's name are you talking about? You aren't making any sense. Sorry, Liz, we really don't have time to explain right now. I promise I'll tell you everything once we get out of here. But... And you notice where you separate top and bottom screen? No. Automatic incineration will take place in 17 minutes. There was no clear reason to. You know what that means, right? Incinerate means burn. What kind of idiot do you think I am? I know what incinerate means. So basically the narrator of the game is from 9 years ago. God damn it. Okay, fine. I don't want to ask anything else. Talk about whatever you want. But you have to do something for me. 7. Figure this out. What? Why me? Just shut up and stop this thing. How the hell? There has to be some sort of emergency shut-off button. There isn't anything like that. How the hell do you know? Because I looked for it 9 years ago. Yeah, Lotus isn't happy about that. Can't really blame her. Ponko's found a new toy. Wait! The floor, it's moving! What else can I say about it, but... What the hell is that? What else could I say, but... What is that? The floor opened and a machine rose up out of it. It looked like a computer. At least it kind of did. There was a monitor, a keyboard, and a cross-shaped device of some kind. Something about the machine scared me, but I forced myself to walk up to it. I was terrified. Tears poured down my face. I wiped them off even as more took their place and forced myself forward. Finally, I reached it. I looked at the screen. It was blank. All I saw was my own frightened face staring back at me from the glass, drenched in tears. All I can see on the screen is a reflection of my own face. Looking kind of freaked out. I know I'm sweating like crazy, but seeing it kind of drives it home. This is neat. Okay, Junpei, just calm down, alright? Everything's gonna be okay. Gah! Man, I wish that thing would just shut up. Automatic incineration should take place in 15 minutes. Alright, back to this thing. If it's only showing up now, then it's gotta be important. But what the hell am I supposed to do with it? Hey, move! Yeah. Hey, we're all tense, lady. This doesn't mean you get to shove people around. Okay, it turned on. There's nothing on the screen, though. This is bad. This is really bad. If there's nothing on here, how are we supposed to do anything with it? Sure, just push buttons. I'm sure that'll... Oh, it's a Sudoku puzzle. Huh? Well, that's... At least it's on now. What's on the screen, though? What is this? What the hell? Looks like some sort of puzzle. It's got a bunch of numbers scattered across a 9x9 grid. Alright, I've already placed digit 1, chat. The numbers range from 1 to 9. Do you know if we solve this puzzle, the incinerator will stop? Yeah, well, we can hope, right? Alright, puzzle, how do you work? Oh man, that goddamn voice again. Automatic incineration will take place in 13 minutes. Shit, 13 minutes. Can we really do this? My heart feels like it's gonna pop. My heart was pounding like it was about to explode. I stared at the puzzle on the screen. I was sure I had to solve it somehow, but I had no idea how. My connection to Junpei had been gone for a while. His mind was gone. I couldn't get any more information from him. I felt the seconds tick by as I stared at the screen, completely lost. My cheeks felt hot as tears poured over them. Then I heard a voice. Hey, what are you doing? It was muffled. I turned around. Pressed against the window in the entry door was a face. Frightening, evil face. It was Hongo. How long had he been watching me? Don't know what to do? He was yelling, but his voice was still muffled. It's simple, really, but I suppose I might as well tell you. Just solve the puzzle on that machine.
His laughter was muffled by the door, but it still tore at my heart like the claws of a vicious monster. I bit my lip and glared at Hongo, struggling to hold back hot tears.
You're a terrible person. I hate you.
Oh my, how could you call a gentleman such as myself a terrible person? That's not very nice. I'm quite fair. I don't use tricks or play dirty. You see? I've even left you a way out.
A way out?
Didn't you hear me? All you have to do is solve that puzzle. Do that and you can stop the incinerator.
What's the point of stopping it? You'll only capture me and make me do this all again. I'm not going to listen to you. If you're just going to throw me back in here, I might as well just die now.
My goodness, haven't you listened to anything I've said? I told you I'm a fair man. If you solve this puzzle, the verification function of the red will in turn activate. If the experiment is to deliver valid results, there must be a chance of success. If you succeed, you will escape.
The verification function of the red?
Then I remembered. Before Hongo left the room, he had scanned 2 bracelets into the red. Ah, so you do remember. Right now, there are 2 numbers in the red. The first is 1 and the second is 3. Say, Akane, what's your number? 5. Yeah, if I look down at my left hand. The face on my bracelet showed a 5. So that's how she was in the same room at the start. I ran to the door with the 9 on it. I grabbed the red and put my hand against the scanner panel. You really aren't one for listening, are you? I hear Hongo's muffled voice from across the red. Like, I already told you, didn't I? Once you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will activate. In other words, if you haven't solved the puzzle, you can't enter your number. What kind of fool are you?
Why? Why are you doing this?
You could never understand. You don't know what it's like to spend every day surrounded by monkeys. Now start the experiment. Solve the puzzle.
I can't. I don't know how.
Of course you don't. Isn't that the point? You understand, don't you? Access the morphogenetic field and find the solution.
I can't.
Then you'll die. You'll burn alive. It's going to be quite hot in there in a few minutes. I imagine it'll be very painful. His horrible laugh echoed across the room, and even after his face disappeared from the window, I could hear it. Automatic incineration will take place in 10 minutes. I was crying, great gulping sobs broken by hiccups that shook my body. I was terrified. I could feel my fear pressing down on me like a tremendous weight. I stared at the empty monitor.
I can't. I just can't. There's no way. I can't figure this out. What was I going to do? I didn't know. I didn't even know where to start.
Fear scattered my thoughts, and all I could think of was how I was going to die. My palms were sweating, and my blood was boiling in my veins. It was hot. So hot. I couldn't breathe. I felt dizzy. My heart roared in my chest as if it would pound itself to pieces. I reached into my pocket. I wrapped my hand around the thing I'd come back to get. The doll Junpei had given me. At least I had that. Held it tight with both hands and prayed. Help me, Junpei. Help me. Help me. Help me. Junpei. Junpei. Junpei! Please! Help me! Junpei. Akane! Akane? Who the hell is Akane? Shut up. Just shut the hell up. 7 and Lotus. Well, Lotus, I guess, wouldn't have, but I think Clover and Snake had an idea, though. Clover's looking at me. And I think Snake may have figured it out. No, it doesn't matter. They're in my way. Where'd she go? Maybe over here? Akane! Akane! Can you hear me, Akane? Say something. Heck! Did something break our connection? I swear I just heard her. Shit. Akane! Answer me! Akane! Junpei? I spun around. I heard a voice. His voice. I looked around. He wasn't in the room, of course. But I'd heard it so clearly. So... is the way the whole game works. So the bottom screen is Akane POV. The top screen is Junpei POV. And then Akane can remember stuff from all the different routes because she has magical powers. So as soon as we have gone through and found the information in the future, then she has it to give us. That's how the coffin code works. It's like it wouldn't have worked prior until she had the information. So she was still finding that information as we were finding that information. She just remembered it all because she could see the multiple branches, right? And until she had seen all the branches, that's what she needed to do to send them down the final branch to get here. But I still don't know how is she present in the present. I don't understand that part. How is she there? I heard it so clearly, like he was right there. Junpei. I screamed as loud as I could. Immediately, I heard him call back. Akane! Junpei! That's her. She's there. And that means... Akane! Are you in an incinerator right now? Yes, I am. How did you know? Now I understand what Santa meant. Right, there's only one way to help her. I'm getting chills, chat. I literally have goosebumps on my arm. This is really neat. You were brought here to help my sister to save Akane. I think I get it now. Odd Back and Sister has taken in 9 minutes? 7 minutes. Okay. Junpei, we don't have time. As quickly as I could, I told him that I had to solve a puzzle in order to stop the incinerator. Got it. And I do. I get everything now. At last, I finally understand what all of this means. I know why the nonary game was held today. I know why we were kidnapped and brought here. It was all for this moment. All of this was planned out to lead to this one moment. Oh my god. This is insane. I can't believe it, but there's only one possible answer. The clock is ticking, Junpei. June is. 0 is. Akane Kurashiki. She recreated the history of the future that she had a glimpse of 9 years ago. She tried to save herself that way 9 years ago. No, she's trying to save herself right now. That means that there's only one thing for me to do. Even if this is all some sort of insane plan, I will save her. I will save Akane Kurashiki. I must save her no matter what. Automatic consideration will take place in 6 minutes. Junpei? Yeah, I know. Just hang on, alright? Promise I'll get you out of there. I'm not gonna let you die, I promise. So don't worry, alright? Just give me a few minutes, okay? Okay. My voice shook as I answered. It was hot in the room. It felt like my heart was on fire. 6 minutes or not, my heart burned with my feelings for him. Alright, it's time to get to work, Junpei. Snake trying to talk to them about something? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Get out of my way. Hey, what are you? Just trust me, okay? Sorry, Lotus, I didn't mean to snap, but there's a lot more at stake here than your pride. I'll apologize later, alright? Now let's have a look at this thing. We got numbers all over this grid. Now if I'm looking at this right, I'm going to need to fill in all the empty squares with other numbers from 1 to 9. I can't use the same 2 numbers in any horizontal or vertical row. The same has to go for the 3x3 square with the thick lines around them. That means I need to put different numbers in the horizontal and vertical rows as well as the 3x3 spaces. I think that's the rule here. It's Sudoku! Alright, bring it on. I'm gonna do this on my own, with my own mind. I'm gonna solve this problem. Seek a way out! Oh my goodness. Oh my god! Hold on! Hold on! Okay. I understand. I understand. Ah, that is so cool. That is so neat. I am playing on a physical DS. So I can physically flip it around. Oh my goodness. Wait, how do I do this though? Oh yeah, now the top's a touchscreen. Okay. Chat, do I need to flip it for you? All right. Here, let me flip the capture. All right, now you can see it. Remind me to flip it back. They're still on the right screen. They're swapped screens, so it still applies for all this, yeah. All right. So there's a 1. Oh my goodness, dude. All right. So now we're playing on the top screen, and yeah. So she was sending. Oh, that's so cool. That's so neat. Holy shit. All right, that's a 2. Let's see. This has 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Go in here. 4 can't be there. 4's here. 6, 7. That's a 6. That's a 7. All right, this row still needs a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. So the 7's here. The 5's here. The 8 is here. 2 numbers remaining here. We got a 6 and a 9. There's the 6. There's the 9. Down here we got 1, 2. We're missing a 3, 5. Oh, we got a 2 on the bottom. We're missing a 3, 5, and 8. The 5's there. Okay. The 8 is here, and the 3 is here. All right. Moving down here, we got 2 missing pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4 are gone. Let's see. We don't have enough information in that row yet. This row, we need the 1, 7, and 8. The 7 can't be here. The 1 can't be here. The 7 can't be here, so the 7 is here. So the rest are 1 and an 8. Okay, so going up here, this row has a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is missing a 7, 8, and 9. There's the 9. There's the 8. There's the 7 placed. Up here, we're missing a 1, a 3, and a 6. The 6 has to be placed there. We cannot place the 1 or a 3 yet. Bottom part here, we're missing a 1, 3. I'm assuming the timer's still going, so I'm going as fast as I can. We're missing a 1, 3, and 5. The 5 goes there. All right, we don't have enough information to place the 1 and the 3. Okay. But we do. Okay, so this is still missing a 5. This is still missing a 5. 5 is here. So that means a 5 is somewhere in this row. We don't have that shit. Okay, down here. Let's see. We're still missing a 1 down here. These are a 1, 1 pair. Let's look at the 9s. This is a 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8. Flip it! I did not expect to flip the frickin' console over. That is like insane. 1 and 4. Still can't fill in the 1 and... Oh, no, I can. There's the 1. There's the 4. 2, 3, 4. This is missing the 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Alright, then up here we're missing the 1, 2. Okay, so here, that is going to be a 1. That's a 2. Over here. So this still is a 1. There's a 1. Then 1, 2, 3. 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright. So there's a 1. There's the 3. Alright. Alright, we're in the end game now. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's the 3. There's the 4. Here we're still at 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 5, 6. So there's the 6. There's the 4. There's the 4. There's the 5. Alright, and then down here we got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9s. There's a 9. There's an 8. And let's see. There's a 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's a 7. Shit, something's wrong, isn't there? Oh god. Oh, we're missing one. We're missing one. Oh shit. Oh god. Oh no, we're dead. We're dead. We're dead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it's up here. This one has 2 2s. That's 9. Okay. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8. It's 26. All right. Let's swap them back. Let's flip them back. Okay, that was sick. Yes! That's it! Akane, did you get it?
Yes, I did. I solved it. Well, I mean, really, you solved it for me, but I copied everything you did. Now I just have to press enter.
What the hell are you waiting for? Push it.
Okay, I will.
I hit the enter key. We'll assume I did that in 5 minutes, okay? Emergency shutdown command has been acknowledged. Incineration system has been shut down. Yeah, I know there's no... I got there's no timer, but, like, you know, it'd be cool if I did it in 5 minutes. I don't think this is a kid's game. This is rated M.
What's wrong? It worked. It worked. The incinerator shut down. It worked.
Tears rolled down my face as I cried out to him, but they were a very different sort of tears. A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded my body. At the same time, what strength I'd had left disappeared and I collapsed to the floor. For a while I just lay there laughing and crying and enjoying being alive. Every time I thought about him, I thought my heart would burst. Flipping the console over is next level, dude. I can't quite believe I did that. But I'm so glad, so glad. I feel like my heart's on fire. No, I don't have time to be thinking about that kind of shit. I need to tell Akane. Akane! Sorry, but things are kind of busy over here. I'm gonna have to hang up now, okay? Oh, of course, that's fine. I wiped the tears from my eyes and nodded vigorously, even though I knew he couldn't see me. Then I looked over at the corner of the floor. There were the two bracelets Hongo had left behind. Now, well, Seven and Lotus don't look particularly happy with me. Not a very nice look to give someone who just saved your lives, guys. Junpei, are you okay? Oh, shut it. Alright, okay, so maybe they have a reason to be pissed off. So what if I haven't pressed the enter key yet? Alright, nothing holding me back now. Here goes. Wait. Automatic consideration will take place in 90 seconds. Huh? What? Doesn't sound like it's stopping. What the shit? Why isn't it stopping? Okay, maybe I didn't hit the key hard enough. Just hit it again and again. And again. Okay, that's not working either. The alarm's still going off. What the hell is going on? Got all the right numbers in the right boxes. It's perfect. So why the F isn't this thing stopping? Automatic incineration will take place in 60 seconds. What was the number that they had? 2 plus 5 plus 7 plus, plus 8? Is that the code that we gotta use to get out? That's what these numbers under the puzzle mean. 2, 4, 5, 7, 8. Snake, Clover, Muse, 7, and Lotus, then. Door 9. No, that's it. That number on the door isn't a 9. It's not even a number. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a key. Holy shit, of course. You just have to put the right number into the red. Acceleration will take place in 30 seconds. Run, guys. Get to the door. Run! Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Don't have much time. We're all effed. Alright, no time to explain. Just go. Quick. Verify your numbers on the red. Verify? Who? What combination? All of us. We all need to verify. Why? You really think this is a good time to ask questions? Just do it. Hurry, 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 hurry. Automatic incineration will take place in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Was it actually a Q in the text? I don't remember it being a Q. When we got that initially. Oh, thank hecking Christ. No time to be happy. Time to go. Hurry! We've only got 9 seconds before the door closes. Go, go, go. Come on, guys, move it. Okay, they're all through. Move it, Junpei. Just in time. And there goes the door. No, don't calm down yet. You're not done. You've still got to find the dead. So how did they handle this in the remake? The puzzle being like flip the console over and the perspectives and the past and all that stuff. Did they have to like change the writing a little bit? Shit, looks like we made it, huh? Man, that guy sure can laugh when he wants to. Looks like Clover and Lotus are totally out of energy. I guess Snake probably can't see the sky, but he sure could feel the fresh air. I just want to take a nap. Akane! Akane! Akane, can you hear me? I want to tell her we made it. I want to tell her how good I feel, but nothing. The door opened. Standing in front of it was my brother. Akane! Aoi! I cried his name, even though my voice was almost gone from screaming, and leapt into his arms. Oh, Aoi. Akane! I buried my face in his chest and cried again. Cried and cried and cried. The steady thump of his heart in my ear made me feel like I was home. Its beat was almost like a lullaby. I wrapped my arms around him as far as they would go and held him as tight as I could. Just to be there felt like a miracle. I hadn't felt the warmth of another human body in what had seemed like an eternity. I just wanted to stay there in his arms forever. But I couldn't. The moment I'd passed through the door, my bracelets had begun to count down to death. I leapt away from him and looked around. The door had already closed. I spotted the dead only a short distance away. It took me only a moment to get to and scan all the bracelets I left, the ones Hongo had dropped on the scanner panel. That was it. Whew! I took a deep breath and looked around again. The huge detective who we call 7 and 9 years and Snake, the blind boy, were looking at me. They seemed to have been utterly stunned by my sudden appearance. Their eyes were wide and their mouths hung open. Alright, let's get out of here. If we don't book it, we might run into Hongo again. Oh, he was right. It was time to get moving. The mention of Hongo seemed to jar Seven and Snake out of their surprise, and they nodded. Took off running up the spiraling stairs to freedom. Up, 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 up! Man, these stairs go on forever. If they can get us out of here, no wonder we're running so hard. My heart's beating so hard I can barely hear. God, I can't wait to breathe real air again. Huh? Is Seven talking? Hey, Junpei, can I ask you something? What's up? That door, the one with a 9 on it, why did it open? Yeah. All 5 of us verified our numbers on the red. That makes our digital route 8. Shouldn't have opened. That's not like you, Lotus. I thought you would have figured it out already. Huh? Why? Because you're the person who taught me about the idea of bases. Bases? Yeah. What are the 2 numbers in base 2? 0 and 1. How about base 10? Goes from 0 to 9, right? And how about base 16? 0 to F. After 9 it starts at A and goes from there, B, C, D, E, etc. You're right. In other words, A in base 16 is 10 in base 10. B is 11, C is 12, D is 13, and so on. So what about it? You don't get it? What if we keep going with that pattern? What if you go way past base 16 all the way to base 27? Base 27? Yeah. Well, the numerical digits are the same, so I guess you'd add alphabetical digits. E is 14, F is 15, G is 16, H is 17, H is 19, J is 19, yeah, 20, 21, 22, 20, 24, 25. Yeah, and what comes after that? Q. 26, and what does that mean? That wasn't a 9 on the door. It was a Q. A hecking lowercase q. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I guess to put it another way, you could say that it was a 9 in base 10, but a Q in base 27. Time for more running. God, my thighs are killing me. I swear, any moment now I'm gonna tear a muscle. I feel like every single cell of my body is dying for air. Damn, every breath I take is a chore now. I feel like my lungs are gonna burst. Maybe just a short rest. No, can't stop. Don't have time. Come on, legs. There can't be many more of these steps left. Let's run like a bullet down a rifle barrel, like a tornado cutting through a sea of clouds. I feel like we're running along the back of a giant coiled dragon. Finally. Whew. Oh. Whew. Whew. Jeez, I can barely breathe. No, Junpei, no time to rest. Pull yourself together. You're almost there. Alright, I'm gonna open it. Yeah. Yes. We're finally here. Please do. Sure, you look like a big heavy door, but you're the only thing standing between me and my freedom. But even more important than that, you're the only thing standing between me and Akane. You're gonna open, and you're gonna open now. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Aoi's. I gave it a small, reassuring squeeze. I was so happy I felt like I could melt. My heart was at peace. And not only because my brother and I were back together again, thanks to the huge detective all 9 of us who had been kidnapped. We're finally able to escape from the gigantic. On the distant horizon, we could see the faint outline of the ship as it sank. It gave a thunderous roar as it finally slipped beneath the waves. Its last cry echoed out across the ocean. It's over, Aoi whispered. Yeah. It was over. It was finally over. Or was it? Was it really? No, that was wrong. That wasn't it at all. I was sure of it. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. This was only a prologue to what would happen in 9 years. Yes, finally. Air! Yeah! Damn, that sun is bright. I can barely see anything. I gotta admit, this doesn't look quite like... Wait. No way. You've gotta be shitting me. What? It can't be. This is... Hey, theory confirmed! Let's hit up Vegas. This is the building in the Nevada desert. The mock experiment building. Oh my god, this whole time we were in a building Q? Sure enough, that's a desert out there with mountains all around it. Hello there, son. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. I don't think I've ever been so happy to see a sunrise. Huh? Did I just hear something fall? Right, our bracelets. I guess I've never really got a good look at the underside of one of these. Let's see what's inside you. Just a little electronic chip like in an ATM card. That's it. There's nothing else. Nothing that even looks like a detonator. There's never a detonator to begin with.
Figures. Akane. Jumpy.
Guess I must be pretty crazy about the girl if I think I'm hearing her voice in the wind. So where did Santa go? I have so many questions. How was June part of the game? GG's, how is June part of the game? And did she disappear Back to the Future style randomly? Yeah, this is batshit insane. Yeah. Did Seven just like forget that? Oh, no one actually died. Congrats on finishing an Uchikoshi special. Yeah. Flipping over the DS was cool. I'll admit, flipping over the DS was very cool. I will not forgive how many times I had to go back to start, though. That was still ass. Still a whole lot of ass. So... I guess the biggest question I have is like, you're Akane constantly dying in all the timelines, but also Junpei's dying in all the timelines. Are you okay? Oh, come on, this is nothing. Really? Yeah. So... Snake heard a girl died, but then, yeah, so I guess Snake shouldn't have known. Like, if we're in a timeline where Akane did not die in the past, we're just kind of like finishing the loop, and that means no one should have memory of Akane dying in the first place. Santa being Akane's brother, they could have staged the story. Though, and I guess if Seven's memory is all hecked, then that makes sense for that. But I don't think, yeah. You don't look okay. It was just before the end of elementary school. Junpei and I were sitting next to each other on a small hill looking down at the town as the sun slowly set. How does it look then? He was half serious and half joking. I thought about it for a minute first. Oh, well, let's see. It looks like you kissed a toad and got warts, but then they just kept growing and growing and growing. What does that even mean? Junpei grinned and... Oh, whoa! See, I told you you're not okay. You're too reckless. You can't beat 5 8th graders, Junpei. That's crazy. Yeah, but I couldn't just stand there. I mean, don't you think so? I had to do something. Look at the Nevada desert go past. For an SUV, this thing has a pretty smooth ride. Sure was nice of someone to leave it for us outside the building. Keys in the ignition. Gas in the tank. Almost like it was a present, you know? Anyway, we jumped in and now here we are, screaming across the desert. Lois is over there in the passenger seat. Snake and Seven and I are all squeezed in the back seat here. Still can't believe we let her drive. Woo! This is so fun! This is so awesome! Driving is so great when there's nothing around. And there's no speed limit. Hey, Clover, watch those bumps and all right? The car jumps even a little and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death. Hey, shut it. I can't help it. I'm big, all right. Suck it up. Yeah, see, everybody saw her alive, right? She dies of a fever due to being burned alive in other routes. I'm a cop. I ain't gonna break the law. He doesn't have an international license. Yeah, but you could have sat in the passenger seat. Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm giving this seat up. Clover, there's no need to slow down. The car Santa and Six are in should be somewhere down the road. So I don't know why she, everybody assumed she died, but literally, as we saw, because we saved her, everybody saw her alive. And they went out. Yeah, I saw some fresh tire tracks going out. There's no doubt about it. We've got to hurry if we want to catch them, don't we? Sure thing. Oh, shit! God damn it, she doesn't have to drive so fast. Yeah, I didn't even think a car like this could go this fast. We're sure throwing up a lot of dust. Do you notice anyone interact with Akane? Yes. Ace did. If we have her go to the doors, they do. Yeah, Santa does. Everybody reacts when she's held at gunpoints. It was a couple hours after he'd run into the junior high students. So yeah, everybody interacted with Akane. It was a couple hours after he'd run into the junior high students. They'd been hiding in the bushes on the back of one of the hills, drenching a kitten in gasoline. The moment we saw what they were doing, Jumpy ran to them furious. Hey, what the hell are you doing? And he jumped on them. He quickly scooped up the kitten and tossed it to me. I caught it and ran for the police station as fast as I could. Help me, officer, please. You have to come with me. The policeman and I headed back to the hill. All we found was Jumpy sprawled on the ground with her face covered in big swelling lumps. You couldn't run away after you threw the kitty to me, I asked him. He stuck his tongue out through the hole in his mouth where a tooth had fallen out. Yeah, I guess I coulda. Then why didn't you? I didn't want to. I wanted to beat him up real good. Because of what they were doing to the kitty? Yeah, that too, but I think they were the ones behind those murders. Our first semester, remember? I mean the bunnies? Yeah, the bunnies. He plucked some grass from the ground and tossed it into the wind. They asked me what elementary school I was from, so I told them, and they said they'd do the same thing to you that they did to the rabbit. I couldn't forgive him for that. Yeah, at a point she disappears. I couldn't forgive him for that. In this case, it was when we were in the incinerator room. She just disappeared. I couldn't forgive him for that, so Hey, there's still some stuff I don't get. Of course, they probably don't know any more than I do. Like Ace? Well, I guess I should say, Gentaro Hongo. Why did he create the notary project? Anybody? Any ideas? Well, why don't you ask him yourself? Well, yeah, I guess I could. He's still in the trunk, I assume? Yeah, he is. Still tied up, I'm assuming with his mouth taped shut. And he should have known his experiment was successful. He doesn't mind a little chat with the old man. His eyes just look empty. No emotion. Looks like he's just given up. I wonder if he even cares what happens to him anymore. Hey, are you listening to us? Yeah, go ahead and try to pretend you weren't, you old bastard. Let's get that tape off your mouth. Come on, I know you were. Answer me. You can at least look at me when you talk, man. I only wanted to see the faces. Human faces. I thought that if I could gain the ability to access the morphic field set, then perhaps I could see faces. By peering into people's minds, you could understand how they were processing the expressions of others. That's it? Yes, if you want to put it simply. But if you're looking for a more philosophical answer, I can supply that as well. You see, the human collective consciousness. I think that's enough out of you, pal. Time for the tape to go back on. Alright, so what's your second question? You said there are some things you didn't get, didn't you? Well, somebody's a little nosy. Well, my next question doesn't really have anything to do with you two. This is for you, Seven. It's about the whole Alice thing. What's the deal with that? Well, See, 9 years ago, after I escaped from the Gigantic, I kept going after Hongo on my own, hoping I'd catch him when he finally slipped up. During the course of my investigations, I learned a lot more about the Gigantic. I also found out about Gordain and Alice. You're not really answering my question. Was there actually a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperature? Sounds like Hongo had something to say. Alright, fine, I'll let you talk, but you gotta behave. What? Alice doesn't exist. 9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the library at the bottom deck. There was nothing in it but the root of a peculiar plant. My research determined that it was a member of the genus Mandragora, of the family Solanaceae. I was able to extract a particular alkaloid from it. I used that extract to create Sopriel. Its creation was a tremendous boon to my firm, and we grew rapidly. Shit, this is gonna go on forever. Tape's gonna go back on, Hongo. Yeah, get hecked. The rest of my questions can wait a bit. For now, I think I'll just enjoy the ride.
Here, this is for you.
What's this?
This is a For You doll. His name is Junpei.
Junpei pulled something out of his pocket and shoved out his arm towards me. In his hand was a doll made of yarn, small enough to fit in his palm.
Junpei, are you sure it's a For You doll?
Yeah, the lady at the shop said so. That means it's for you, right?
Are you sure it's not a voodoo doll?
What? That's... Oh, man!
Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. I mean, you do know what a voodoo doll is used for, right?
Yeah? I guess calling it Junpei isn't a very good idea, then.
Why are you giving me this anyway? It just seems really sudden.
You know, after June, we aren't gonna get to see each other too much. I mean, we're gonna be in different schools, and I just thought I'd,
Okay, well, how about we call it June, then?
Okay.
So I wanted to give this... You...
Sound like some sort of tribal chief in a bad movie. Yes, this I, head of tribe. This doll, traditional charm of tribe.
So I give this, it me.
So we always together.
Oh, Junpei.
If something bad, then hold and pray. I go wherever you are. So here, take. I reached my hand out and picked up the doll gently.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Junpei.
Before I knew it, I was crying. Tears streamed down my face and fell onto June's tiny yarn body.
But Junpei, I'll never forget you. I promise.
Junpei looked straight into my eyes and said just 5 words. I'll never forget you either. The sky was a beautiful crimson red as it melted down toward the horizon. The last golden rays of sunlight stretched out across the city and painted themselves across the hills. We sat, bathed in the warm lights of evening, just the two of us, leaning gently against one another, shoulder to shoulder. The sun set, and we still didn't leave. We watched in silence as the darkness deepened, and one by one the lights of the town began to flicker on. There's still one thing I don't get. To be honest, it's the biggest mystery as far as I'm concerned, and also the only one that's really important. It has to do with June and Akane. 9 years ago, she died in the incinerator on the Gigantic. But she's still alive now as June. But how? Is it because I tapped into the morphic field set and saved her 9 years ago? Alright, let's say that makes some kind of insane sense. If I did that, then... how do I make sense of what Seven remembers? Snake makes sense, he's blind. He couldn't have seen her body anyway. But Seven, he said he was sure he saw it. Does that mean there's some kind of historical discrepancy? Or wait, maybe that's not it at all. There's one other logical explanation. Was what you told me the truth, Seven? You look satisfied. No. No way. He couldn't.
Hey, look over there! There's somebody next to the road.
Huh? What? What the heck? Is that Alice? The burning gaze of the Nevada sun pounded down on her head. The desert around her rippled with heat. Standing there on that shimmering plain was a woman, her arm out and her thumb up. It would not be long before Junpei realized who she was. End? So they're not going to tell me anything about 7? Does he have some more lore? Cliffhanger. I guess that's GG. We're done. We've beaten it. Is there anything else? Anything else I should be aware of, or is that the full ending? So I guess we gotta play the next game to find out what the heck 7 is, 7's on about. That's the ending. Alright, GG's. What a video game. What a video game. This is great. Outside of me having the game crashing and me having to deal with all of that, but I mean that was its whole thing. Next game, maybe not right now, not for the time being. I'll say it'll be a hot minute before I consider playing another one, probably. So I guess it's intentionally ambiguous why 7 can remember stuff, but again, like Snake was there when in the boat with everybody leaving, so and he heard about the death and all that stuff, unless they're all faking it. So I don't know. There's still some unexplained things going on. Who observes Akane or June die? Well, Junpei does. Directly. Ace does. Directly. Because he's watching through the window. And then Santa literally holds her ashes and they go into the room. So here's the main conundrum, right? That's sticking with me. Is you have Santa, 7, and Snake. And Clover. Okay, well I guess not Clover. Clover wasn't there. So it's like, okay. You have 3 people who saw Akane. Who saw Akane, and all 3 of them tell me she died and what her name is and how she died. But then also, after we save her, all 3 of them personally witness her coming out fine and interacting with her if she didn't die, right? So basically, we're not in a timeline yet where like it's mixed. It's mixed. Going through. So it's like you're in a situation where, I mean, it's just like a bootstrap paradox, right? Where it's like, okay, how can Akane be alive before you've saved her, type thing. So in order for it to pan out, if you use the Back to the Future timeline style, which is kind of what it implies given she disappears, where there's like, you know, the true path, and we're supposed to be on the true path by the end of the game, then that would have to mean 7, Snake, and Santa are all lying to you about having known that Akane died for the express purpose of the game. Santa, I understand, because he's in on it. So that would explain that. Outside of that, it's like their memories mismatch the situation of what they're actually in. So she's dead until we solve the puzzle, and then she's alive suddenly, and then yeah. And it clearly implied something about 7, so maybe both Snake and 7 got additional instructions or whatever to act like I died, pretend that I died, because this needs, in order for all this to happen, we need to pretend that I died. Yeah, I don't know. Snake did say he wasn't fully allowed to say everything. Yeah, so I think basically everybody who witnessed her living, they had to say she died, in order for the resonance to happen, so that she could get saved. That would make that would be have like a more logical sense to it than she's simultaneously alive and dead and actively working in the game despite dying in the past and being there and setting up the game despite dying. So basically, I think we're in a timeline where she always lived, and if we mess up, then she disappears. And then usually we die shortly after we mess up, because that's kind of, that needs to happen, because if we messed up, then how could the events have taken place if she was dead, because she organized everything. Anyway, that's wrong with time travel. You have to make some logical leap of faith, because time travel isn't real. So, even if you try to follow it by the rules of whatever game. The strange ending you had, what happened? What, getting axed? Getting axed by Clover? That one? In the chapel where it said to be continued? The coffin ending? Where we didn't have the info? Oh, the one where she disappears in the chapel? Yeah. That one is Ace gets incinerated, Snake dies. What was said? I don't remember. Zero said you failed, or I failed. I think Zero says I failed. Implying, I guess, retro that Zero failed to guide Junpei down the correct pathway that he needed to go. I'm like, shit. It's intended to be the second to last ending. Both timelines have to happen for the truth to be revealed to Junpei, basically. Yeah, I know that. You have to fail one side and then go do the other. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. I'm not concerned about that part. Ace did nothing wrong, apparently, but all his friends are dead now. Are you kidding? Ace kidnapped 18 children and in one timeline literally killed somebody. Well, I guess that timeline got, the timeline where people died got erased, so yeah. Yeah, so I wonder if Ace shows up in the sequels. That's just standard CEO NBA activities. So I do wonder, since since Junpei disappeared, or not Junpei, Akane disappeared, I wonder where she came back from. Where she rematerialized. Because she was gone. And then she is presumably now alive in the universe we are in. Anyway, whatever. It's good. This game's good. I recommend it. The twist was cool. Was it worth the pain and suffering? I'm not sure, but it was a cool moment flipping the DS over and realize the bottom screen was the past and the top screen was the future. That was really yeah, that was really neat. She always existed and didn't exist until her final fate was observed, so to speak. Yeah, you can only experience that on DS, but god, is it painful otherwise. It's not even that good on emulator. Yeah. Yeah, I understood immediately. Some physically holding the 3DS, like, okay, we're putting you on the top screen. Yeah. So Junpei was just being fed all the solutions via the ether. Anyway, thank you so much everybody for watching 999. This was a blast. I got tilted last week, but I'm glad I finished it out. Very strong ending. I still have very many questions. And yeah, I'm sure I will play the sequels eventually. Probably not. I'll probably need a break. And then I will I'll eventually go in and see where the other ones go. I presume I don't have to play the other ones on DS. I could play the remake versions of it. Do you have any plans on looking at your chart now that you're done? I don't think there's much left to be said on my flow chart. I think I've already talked about everything that's on it. Voice acting in the remake was pretty good, but the DS experience is peak. The other remakes are fine on PC. Yeah, the other two are not on DS, right? They came out after DS. Yeah, it's a very unique way of storytelling, effective storytelling around the form factor of a piece of hardware. Yeah. Virtue's Last Reward is on 3DS but has a save deleting glitch, so it's not recommended. Understood. Alright, chat. I'm tired. I will post a picture tomorrow of my full up note sheets. If y'all want to take a look at everything that I did. I didn't feel a need to like wrap up the conclusions, just kind of like me following everything. Yeah, I guess I got caught off guard by magic being real and time travel being real. Well, I guess not true time travel, mental time travel. Yeah, I'm going so. I don't think I did not see that coming. I was wondering where all of this talk about the field was gonna go. I did not expect it to go this direction at all. So I guess I assumed a more, yeah, okay, before the reveal, yeah, what's up, Tank? What did you think was happening? So I assumed that, like, okay, obviously Akane cannot be dead in the past and alive in the future. That makes no sense. So I assumed she had escaped somehow and then crafted the games as revenge against the pharmaceutical company. That explains why those four were there. I had not pieced together, like, why was everybody else here? You know, why go through this whole effort? So that kind of filled the missing piece of, okay, here's why we're doing this whole effort, because it's a very convoluted thing of revenge, right? Of roping in innocent people and doing this whole thing. So it makes sense that they had to recreate it exactly for everything to work out properly. So yeah, going through, like, I thought it was like more like basic revenge plot. With, like, you know, where's the, I was expecting the other shoe to drop for something to explain why everybody else was here. And it just dropped in a way I did not expect. So that's good. I'm glad I got surprised. I like getting surprised. No, give me these oddball last act twists. Yeah, and I got goosebumps several times at the end. I was like, oh dang, this is neat. Like, yeah, my hair was standing up. So yeah, that's what I thought was happening. So I pieced together like who all the characters were. I pieced together like routes that worked. I did not piece together the end goal. I kind of pegged June as being 0 very early on. Which ended up being true. Just not that it was that important. Good morning, good morning. We're about to end wrap stream here. Ad starts in 3.5 minutes, so we should probably raid out soon. And let me get some music going while I raid out. I'll close out of the 3DS. I was suspicious of a little bit of, like, you know, where was June going? Why was she gone? And yeah, her fever coming up makes sense now. And anyway, I can see why you all enjoyed watching me play the game. And I thought the morphological resonance or whatever it was kind of Junpei could, like, remember the routes, because that was the only thing that made sense to me at the time. I guess it makes sense that if after experiencing the route, then going through it again and being able to communicate that tracks, that follows. But yeah, everybody, thank you so much for watching 999. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you all in the